underway. So if we can start by standing for the opening karakia. Whakataka. Great. Thank you. Now we've got, so apologies, I've got a partial absence from Councillor Donovan, a lateness from, no, he's here. And then the Mayor is upstairs and won't be too far away. And we've got Councillor Goff on the Zoom. So I'm happy to move them. Melanie's happy to second. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Declarations of interest. We've obviously got Councillor Peters for item 12 and the PX item 18. Councillors Henstock and McClellan for Christchurch NZ, which is item 13. Kelly and Tim for item 14 around VO. And Sarah and myself for item 15, Christchurch City Holdings. At which point Melanie will chair the meeting. I'll move the minutes from the 31st of January. So I'll move them. Tyler's happy to second them. Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. So first up, I'm not aware, and I just want to check. Don't mean this in the wrong way. The people with the helmets on, are you doing a public forum or are you just in to watch? Because if you want to do a public forum, you can do it now.
We want safe cycleways.
Yeah, that's great. But do you want to do a public forum or?
Yeah.
Okay, so you got 5 minutes if you come up to the.
Thank you.
No worries. Let's. Yeah.
Having declared a climate emergency.
Or you can, if you want to come to the table too. But I'm not going to have people shout from the back of the room today. So entirely your choice. Yeah. Great.
Is that? Yes, I think that's on, isn't it? Thank you so much for hearing me today. And I'm here because I'm very disappointed that the council has declared a climate emergency in technicality and says that they're interested in climate action, but in reality seems to be making no substantial progress towards making sustainable transport within our city possible. You know, I saw the newspaper yesterday and I was like, first off, how incredibly undemocratic that the council has not engaged with the public enough right up until the last day before this vote to let us know that they're going to be scrapping a project of a cycleway near a college in a low-income area of town. It's absolutely ridiculous to see that. And I think that the council needs to recognise its priorities. We've had so many debates in here recently about the possibility of hosting the Commonwealth Games, about spending on ridiculous projects and spending on the stadium. We clearly have money to throw around, but it's shocking to me that the priority of some of these councillors is to spend on extravagant projects rather than to spend on a cycleway for young people to feel safe travelling around their city in a healthy and sustainable way. I think councillors need to think very hard about this decision and vote in a way that prioritises young people's safety in our city. Thank you.
I'm
coming back. Okay.
Thank you. Hey, and I just wanted to make sure that we were all clear and on the same page. You are aware that the consequences, this is a consequence of government essentially pulling the funding that they said they were going to give us out from underneath us, and we're going to reprioritise and do some cycleway projects that we otherwise were going to do this year had we not got that government funding. So it's a little bit of a choice between which cycle projects we do because Simeon Brown doesn't essentially care about.
Yes, and I think it's very frustrating that we have such an anti-climate government on the national stage, but I still think that the council needs to evaluate their priorities about the kind of projects that they've decided and hoped to fund in the past, and hopefully we can still get this project through.
We'll move to deputations by appointment. So Dermot, are you there? Hopefully.
Kia ora. I am here.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you very well. Is there any problem with my sound?
No, you go for it. So you got up to 10 minutes and you're obviously speaking on item 11, so you go for it.
Yeah, very good. So, kia ora koutou, and thank you for having me along. I won't take 10 minutes. I apologise for not being present in person, but I am sitting at home with COVID at the moment. So I'm Dermot Coffey. I wear a number of different hats, which all very helpfully align together for what I'm speaking about. I'm a GP. I work in the Student Health Centre at the University of Canterbury. I'm the chair of the local chapter of the College of General Practitioners, and I'm one of the two co-conveners of Orataya, the New Zealand Climate and Health Council. I also have two children in Te Aratai College, with hopefully two more to join them in the coming years. So as mentioned, I just want to speak briefly in relation to agenda item 11. I understand completely the political climate and the withdrawal of funding from central government, which does complicate the funding for these things. I would like to give my strong support for proceeding with the Te Aratai cycle connections as urgently as possible. There's a number of reasons for this. It's not just pure self-interest, but there are two very heavily used cycleways coming from this side of the city, both of which pass close to but not outside the school. The school roll is increasing. It's up to over 1,200 this year. So there's been nearly a doubling over the last 5 years in the school roll, and it is projected to increase even further. And a number of kids are already cycling to school, particularly along the Puari ki Rapanui, the Linwood cycleway up Linwood Ave. However, the gap between the two cycleways to the Te Aratai College is along Ensors Road and Aldrins Road, and they're both extremely hostile roads to cycle, walk, I would argue as well, to even to drive along. And until that gap is closed, particularly people to the south of the Heathcote Expressway, so that would be people coming from Heathcote, from Waltham, St. Martin's and so on, and Opawa, have to essentially run the gauntlet along Ensors Road and Aldrins Road to get to the school. It's an area where there have been crashes already. I've witnessed some at the intersections between Aldrins Road and Linwood Ave. I appreciate that the intersection improvements are going to continue. I commend you for that. I think that's also extremely necessary. But the separated cycleways need to proceed really as a matter of urgency. The need is there. It's already, as I mentioned, a lot of kids cycling to school, and the numbers can grow once the cycleways are connected together. So my, looking at the agenda item today, the wording of it is for the Te Aratai cycle connections, the recommendations to you are that they will be assessed for inclusion in a future annual plan. So that resolves that works will stop on the following transport choices projects. I think that is unfortunately the reality of the withdrawal of funding from the government. I appreciate that. I don't agree with it, but I understand the reality. However, the second part of that recommendation, that they will be assessed for inclusion in a future annual plan, is really wishy-washy and needs to be strengthened. I think they should be prioritized for inclusion as early as possible, preferably in year one of the upcoming 10-year plan. That really is all I have to speak on the matter. If there's any questions, obviously I'm happy to take them.
Kia ora, thanks Dermot. It's Councillor Templeton here. So I was wondering, so I guess a follow-up that I would have asked the presenter before you, in that if there are projects in the list that will be reprioritised and brought forward again that are not cycle safety projects, that are potentially just street amenity enhancements, do you think we should be prioritising a safe cycleway over those?
obviously it depends on the merits of the particular projects that are there, but I think the Te Aratai cycle connections has been planned for, it's ready to go. Consultation has been done. Some of the difficulties around the intersection between Ferry Road and Ensors and Oldwins have been ironed out, and it is an area where kids are already putting themselves in danger on a daily basis, and where crashes happen regularly. The intersection is always littered with broken glass and things like that from crashes. So I think it would be hard to imagine a project that could be more ready to go, better planned, and more needed than this one. That would be my personal opinion on it.
Thank you.
Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, Dermot. It's good to see that you have a sort of a pragmatic approach to this sort of thing. Are you aware that one of those projects that will be reprioritised is a very, very busy roundabout that's going to be looked at in Marahau Road and Burwood Road in my area, which has actually been programmed to be done for something like 9 years. So that's going to allow school kids, because I get constant complaints from people in my area about the trouble with children trying to bike to Waitakere school. Yeah, so yeah, you know, obviously you'd see that it would be a good idea to, you know, rephase some things to make sure that children are being protected all over the city, not just in Te Aratai when priorities change.
Yeah,
question, is it?
it's not a question, but it's a really good point, and I think that, you know, there are projects around the city that will have competing claims for completion. I suppose it really comes down to how the council prioritizes the city's citizens, the ratepayers, the people who live here, kids who want independent mobility, who want to get to school safely, and that, I think, is a question for the upcoming 10-year plan as well. From my point of view, the priorities should be relatively simple, that we should build a healthy, a climate resilient and a low carbon city that allows kids independence, and that really we should be prioritizing active transport everywhere in the city above private car transport. Once you look at it through those lenses, I think ultimately the sort of siphoning off of funding and putting boundaries around it just for cycling looks a little kind of retrograde and a little sort of 20th century, and that really cycling should be part of the overall transport planning in a way that it probably isn't now. And by transport planning, of course, I mean funding, which is ultimately the key for it.
Great, thank you for that. Yanni.
Thank you. Yeah, look, I appreciate your concern, and obviously council yesterday voted on its LTP, and this isn't part of that consultation. But I just wanted to check, because you've got a major cycleway that goes into Charleston that comes from the area that you've been talking about, and one of the projects that we've had, as my colleague said, for 5 years, even longer, people have been wanting a safer crossing across Ferry Road. So that active transport improvement could actually lead to a good link between the college, a crossing across Ferry Road, to the major cycleway that currently exists with some minor improvements. So I'm just trying to get your understanding of if you think we should be prioritising that so that we can get a safer crossing for the kids going to the school and for the local community. And that would also enable us to continue doing the major cycleway in one of the poorest parts of town, which is the Fitzgerald to Swans Road.
Yeah, it's another good question. I would strongly recommend that when you're looking at the cycleway network as a whole, is that it remains on the major arteries that people want to get from A to B. They don't want back roads into the college, for example, Te Aratai College. The cycleway should go to the door, because if it doesn't, what people will do is they will take chances crossing the road, as they do now, see them every day. If people are crossing the road and you make it more difficult, or it takes longer to get there, people aren't going to go that way. So the cycleways, just like any form of transport, should be as direct as possible. And the direct link, the clear one, is along Ensors and Oldwins, connecting Ara at one end, obviously, 2 cycleways, and then a major high school. And that's really where it should go. Other crossings, absolutely. I think there are many more areas where they should go in. But from a cycleway perspective, getting the most bang for buck really will put them on the major roads from and to the areas that people use.
Great, you've just timed that perfectly. That's the 10 minutes up. So, hey, thank you, Dermot, very much for that. I think that's been useful.
Kia ora.
Really
Thank you all.
appreciate you making the time. Thank you. Bronwyn, do you want to come on up?
Kia ora koutou. Kami mahana, kia koutou. Thank you so much for having me. I'm Bronwyn Hayward. I'm a professor of politics at the University of Canterbury, but I work on issues of climate change, children's cities and sustainability. I'm a very poor substitute today for the students from Te Aratai College and from Te Pā o Rakahotu, which are the 2 schools we've been working with on a project called Mana Rangatahi, which has been funded by NIWA to work in high-risk flood areas, so with children who are young leaders in terms of learning how to make the tough decisions that you're having to make with limited budgets, and what are the priorities for them. I would just say, that, just to put a plug in, I really want to thank the council for meeting with the students at the end of last year. It would have been great to have them in. Thanks for the time. We just couldn't get the timing in. And I'm also putting in an apology from Dick Edmonston, the immediate past principal, who would have also loved to be here this morning, but he's been at a family funeral. The students have prioritised key areas around their community, which have been really helpful insights for the council staff and helpful insights for us around things to think about that make a difference and protect communities in a changing climate. Some of the things that I hadn't thought about, things like how to develop the sports fields, keep the flooding down, how to develop cultural centres, gardens, but the safe transport has been a big issue. And as you know, and we've raised it before, the Te Aratai College role is growing. It's on a road which is, at the moment, as you know, 60 kilometre speed limit. And you're being asked to defer it. I would ask you, it's a really terrible decision. And I just also want to thank the council for the decisions you're making so far, because this is in the context of the University of Canterbury, and ARA's roles are huge. And we would like to say that's because of the fantastic teaching, but it is actually because of many of the things that the city's done. It's an affordable place to live. We know from surveying the students, they like living here, they like the outdoors, they like being able to get around. So the investments you're making are paying off. But right now, deferring this cycleway is really a very difficult decision, and I think the wrong one under lots of financial pressure. One of the options you've got is to put back on the table the Condell Street renewal, which, if I'm reading the Capital Works budget correctly, that's about $490,000 this year and $490,000 next year. The budget that you would be spending on the Linwood upgrade at the moment is about $375,000 this year, $430,000 next year. Now, obviously, there's a huge 90% government subsidy in the background. But what I would ask is that you think very carefully about the ability to stepwise the bigger plan. As Dermot said before, your staff have done a fantastic job of setting out a plan that already works. They've worked closely with the community and the business community about how we can get support, and I really thank the council for supporting Linwood's business development. So the next step would be, can you stepwise this project so that you at least protect in the first, think smarter and differently, plan this cycleway by beginning immediately outside the school, which is our really high risk death area. And there are 2 things. Yes, you're going to try and work on slowing the traffic, but Dick Edmonston stood on the side of the road as a child stepped looking the wrong way and was killed instantly by a car at 60. Now, if we can begin with a cycleway path that's separated between the school and the edge of that main busy road, then you're making an enormous difference to the lives of children. And we don't get many chances to save lives, and you won't meet the child that you saved by that stepwise decision. But if, in this point, we could make a decision that would enable a choice to be made to defer the beautification and amenity development in the West and to prioritise children in the East. It would make an enormous difference to lives. We know globally and across this city and across all the cities in New Zealand that Māori and Pacific and low-income children are most at risk of deaths in cycleways and pedestrian areas because they live in communities that haven't prioritised the infrastructure when the hard choices come to protect their lives. We really are at a hard point where you have to make a really hard decision with very little funding. If we could make the smart, longer decision to do this in a stepwise way to protect these children's lives, it would be a great investment. Plus, bonus, it develops the opportunity longer term for a safe transport for ara, which is also a huge growth area for us as a city. I just want to say in closing that in 2016, there were 10 bikes in the bike stands at Te Aratai when the principal and students did their audit. This year, every day, there's over 180 bikes, but they know that the students, about 15% of those students are regularly biking, which is a massive jump. And that's from simply providing the new bike sheds. But the parents and the students are very anxious. I'm anxious. I don't cycle in that road. Even driving and stopping on that side of the road to get to the school or to get to one of the small businesses, trying to open the car door, it's a very scary experience as it is. So there's lots of practical and positive opportunities. It means thinking a bit differently. It means finding a bit of a middle ground between simply in panic, canning everything and going back to business as usual. Can we think smarter? Can we do a stepwise plan? And can we prioritise that cycleway beginning immediately outside the school? Nā reira, tēnā koutou. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Bronwyn. So I've got Yanni and then Victoria.
Yeah, thank you for your submission. Do you think council should be consulting on these transport projects as part of its long-term plan, its 10-year budget?
I do. Yes, but I would always say consult. And I know it's not easy. I know that these are really polarised times that we're living in. But in this situation, this has been a well-signalled. So this isn't one of those ones sprung on the community. And I know that there's very sensible worries about over-engineering, about the costs of our infrastructure build. But this is a community that is at high risk in multiple areas. And we know from all the research evidence, got very limited money, got to choose between two difficult choices, prioritise the one that gives the greatest benefit to those with the least financial resources, and your city is lifted.
So are you also aware that this is a craft project that's going to be considered tomorrow at the community board with updated costings?
Yes, but I would really hope that in that recommendation that you make, finding this hybrid way of recommending to the community board that this isn't just deferred. That, I mean, the urgent need is for a priority area of cycleway through that area. Let's begin with some of the funding that's tagged and step it. And let's protect immediately outside the school as the first start. We don't have to start a cycleway at one end and go to the other. We could start in the middle, protect those kids and build from there, because at least it would slow the traffic around the school. You're already doing the bus stops and that's great, but we need to have a long-term vision, which you've got.
Okay, thank you. Victoria.
Thank you, Bronwyn. Lovely to see you. You've mentioned the Councillive street renewals as one of the examples, and you'll be aware that that's in the Papanui ward, and I'm the councillor of Papanui. Have you visited that street?
Yes, in fact, I was there yesterday.
So you'll know that there's deep dish channels. You'll know that there's a really steep camber on the road and on the footpath. There's broken footpaths. That is the main access way in the area where the parents stop to drop their kids off at Waimari School. There's parents with prams, there's all sorts of children. And my point is that, you know, we have to be seen to be making decisions for all, and this is about accessibility. We've also got two...
Questions.
Are you aware that we've got two retirement villages there?
Yes, and this is what I mean about the really hard choices. And I don't want to set up an east versus west situation here, but we have got a really low income, high risk community. You've got two awful
With all
decisions
due
you're having
respect,
to make.
we
I
don't.
don't. No, Vic, I don't want to debate it here.
Yeah.
So,
I
let Bronwyn
suppose
finish.
my recommendation would be the channeling and the curbing is really high. But right now, we've got kids walking out the door of a high school onto a very fast road with no safe route. And Condell is at least off the main fast travel. So these are not perfect choices. They're bad choices in an imperfect world.
Look, I accept that. Thank you for coming. Are you aware this has been in the pipeline since 2011?
I know.
It was on the books for 2011.
I know, and I've got a couple of friends on Condell Ave, and I feel for them.
Thanks, Bronwyn.
Thanks.
Great. Thank you for coming in, Bronwyn. Appreciate that. Okay, so let's move to Peter Ryan, item 7. Come on up, Peter. So we're going to move to the key organisational performance results.
Good morning, everyone. Right. There's probably a need not to labour the point on some of this stuff because these organisational performance results for January are very similar to last month, but nonetheless, we need to do the overview. Half-year January results are a very good predictor of where we're likely to finish at year-end. Historically, they've been closely correlated to the year-end. Very similar to last month, we've got a few targets that are a few percent off. That's likely to be the challenge for year-end, getting that extra couple of percent. So community levels of service are sitting just 2% shy of where we want to be. Some of that may get picked up in the resident survey. Capital projects are the same. The key projects are very close at 2% out. You'll get a bit more detail from Andrew in the capital project report. Non-key projects are a little lower, so that's a challenge there. In terms of planning for capital delivery, remembering that planning is the first end of the pipe, and what you're seeing coming out the other end is the delivery. We're absolutely fine for being planned out for 2025, and we're slightly shy for 2026 and 27, but with several months to go, nearly a quarter of a year to go, and only a couple of percent to make. So we will pick that up. That will go green for year end. So the real challenges are we're just a little shy around level of service and capital delivery. Overall budget is looking good. OPEX budget is in surplus by 2 million. Capital budget is also being spent, but I would emphasise, and we've had conversations about this recently, capital spend is not really the benchmark for how we assess capital. It's delivery, and the delivery is very close. So with a fair wind, I think we will pick that up as well. So the real challenge is for all of our heads of service to look at the level of service stuff and try and pick up that extra couple of percent there. We will be bringing the resident survey results to you, or an overview of initial results shortly. And there is some good news in there, and certainly some services have turned around quite well. I won't foreshadow exactly what the results are, but yeah, there are some positive signs in there. So with luck, we may pick up some levels of service there as well. So look, that's the overall vital signs. There'll be more detail in the capital project reporting and in the finance report. I'm happy to field questions. If they're genuinely detailed subject matter expert questions, I may need to work with the heads of service and come back to you with a reply.
Thank you very much for that, Peter. We've got a couple of questions. The first one for me, can you, in terms of the resident survey, is there anything else you can share now? I'm just conscious we're in the public domain around timings of that. It's good to hear there's some improvements.
Yes, look, we have always undertaken to get initial results to council in the public space as quickly as possible. That will be within the next week, 10 days. I believe it's on the agenda. The report is on the agenda for council. And the really detailed technical reporting is going to follow probably a month to 6 weeks after that. But we do want to provide, the technical reporting is more of interest to staff about highly specific things. But in terms of council and the community, we've never been able to get results to you earlier than this. This is really pushing the limits on what can be done, and there's been some long hours pulled to make that happen.
That's great. It'll certainly help in terms of the LTP consultation as well.
That's why.
And sort of what's important. So
That's the driver,
Yeah.
is to help inform the LTP.
That's fantastic. And I see Lynn was nodding at me saying it's 6th of March. It's going to come to council, so that'll be public, I imagine, this Thursday.
Yes.
So
Yes, it is.
that's fantastic. Great. Okay. Sarah had a question. All questions.
Thank you. First of all, a process question with this ahead of more specific department stuff. When there are levels of service not being met, either a medium or a high level, high risk, and there's remedial actions in place, how do those remedial actions feed into recommendations to council? Like if there's a report coming?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure I follow.
Okay, so
there's an officer.
There's an example here. So on page 25, we've got a measure on more people choosing to travel by cycling. And one of the remedial actions, the first sentence in the remedial actions, is retain original 2024 deadline to deliver the cycle-related surf projects. And yet we have a report on the agenda today which looks at cancelling those projects. So how do the remedial actions within the performance structure relate to recommendations to council?
Well, look, I will defer to subject matter expert, but I will say also before that, there is a lag between these reports being constructed, because this is a January report. We're now nearly at the end of February. If circumstances have moved since the officer filled this in, and I'm sure it was done with good faith at the time,
But that,
maybe something has shifted in between in that month of lag.
there's a funding shift, but the action is the remedy, not the funding. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, if we could.
I think this is really a specific subject matter thing that I can't answer how the funding side works.
Maybe we'll deal with it in the next, when we get to the other report. When it comes to water, we've got 10 levels of service for water supply, and we're currently not meeting 8 of those. And I'm just wondering, one of them mentions that there's a plan being that's being developed for the plan to repair the delayed leaks underway. Is it possible to see those plans?
Yes, I'm sure that the head of can respond there. I do have to pull back to the purpose of this report before Brent speaks to it. It's really, and you'll see that diagram there which shows you where the activities are and water and transport around levels of service a bit lower. It's to direct the council's eye to areas that need a look, and you're saying what's the next step? The next step is specific response from the head of.
Yeah.
The report can't do the high view and the detail.
Oh, that's right. It's just that when we don't need to see the plans now. The problem is that we've not been meeting sort of 8 out of 10 of our water performance levels of service for some time, but we haven't yet, as a council, we've seen the remedial actions listed, but we haven't actually seen the detail of how that's being done.
So I wonder, Sarah.
Yeah.
So good question. So you may be aware, or if not, there's a 3 waters paper coming next week, as I understand it, to council. But while you've got the head of service here, I'm more than happy if you've got some specific questions now that Peter's answered the process one.
Yeah.
So do you want to ask?
The key one for me is...
Can we not talk about it? So Brent, you go first, and then Sarah can ask.
Absolutely. In some of those areas where it indicates we're not meeting levels of service is a carryover from last year where we didn't meet them. We don't turn them green. For example, some of them may be around customer satisfaction where we don't have results yet, so they stay orange until we get to that point. However, following yesterday's meeting, I've already asked staff to prepare some information around things like the water leaks and what those action plans are, which we hope to bring back within the next 2 months to council. So absolutely take on board what you're saying, and I'll take that away and get some information through.
Great. And will next week's report deal with the protozoa issues as well? Just that's hitting the media and things at the moment too.
Sure, the protozoa issue is mentioned in the report and our plans to do so. It's quite specific in the stations that we need to upgrade, wells we need to deepen, that sort of thing, and what our program is for that.
That's great, thanks. Actually, Sam, it would be really useful if we could get just a forward look at the reports that are coming to council at some point. That would be.
So I think maybe I think you were here. We talked about getting a work program put into the agendas. So
Great.
unless that was last week, I think, where you raised it and we agreed to it. So that will be happening. Yes, I'm not sure. Is that what you meant?
No, it was like a bit that asked for things to be put, for a program of reports to come.
Yeah.
We just don't have visibility as council to see when those are coming. That's all.
No, that's what we talked about last week. So I think we agreed, and Megan will correct me if I'm wrong, we're going to have, or Mary, we're going to have a thing in every agenda which has the work program. So you raised it and we agreed to it. I'm sure, I think you were here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's cross purposes here, but that's okay. I'll check up afterwards.
Well, no, you just, like we said, in a normal environment, you have a work program that says when stuff is coming, which will reflect the levels of service. So am I missing something?
There's two different things. There's the work program within each report. So the Three Waters work program, for example, but then there's our work program and the reports that we'll be looking at, which is they're two different things.
Well,
Clarify that the work program presentations in the different areas are what we're going to be reporting against. Sort of monthly or fortnightly. The work program that Councillor McDonald's talking about is actually a work program for the committee that says what you're expecting when.
Yeah. So we are getting that. Cool.
Yep. Great. Okay.
Can I just suggest that conversation be in the context of the Three Waters activity plans, which is actually where the go forward program of work is?
Melanie?
You're there, Brett, sorry. Just with the one about the consumption of water per litre per resident per day, has that, how does it compare to, say, a year ago? Do you know?
I'd have to find that out for you, Councillor. And a lot of those measures are in there because they're required by DIA. So I'd have to find that information for you.
It'd be interesting to see if it's tracking upwards following the change now.
Yeah, currently this year, in terms of not the consumption one, but the litres per household, and that is still tracking okay for this year.
Great. Yanni?
Yeah, I see that under water supply on page 27, we're not protozoal compliant. Just wondering where we've got to with the drinking water regulator and whether we've had any conversations with ministers about the whole forced chlorination of our water and all the upgrades that we're required to do. I know staff have previously given us a really good briefing on some of the key things that we feel are quite unrealistic, and I know that we've previously invited the regulator to come and talk to us, and it seemed like the regulator was quite open to working with us, but I just don't quite know where all that's got to, and it would be good to just kind of understand what the level of risk is around not meeting that compliance.
So good question. Brent, are you able to?
Sure, Councillor. And all of that information that you're talking about is in the quarterly report coming next week. And we are working very closely with the regulator now. They are doing some investigations into the quality of the water in the deep bores, and the detail around our program to achieve protozoa compliance is in the report next week.
And the other question I had was in regards to the satisfaction with responsiveness to water supply problems. So that's page 28. In the past, it's been really helpful for staff to prepare a chart of the complaints that we're getting, the degree of the complaint, whether it's urgent, non-urgent, and the time frame for response. And that was quite useful to know what the response time was from the contractor to the complaints people were putting in. Is it possible, is that in the report for next week, or is it possible to get an updated one showing the number of complaints, the type of complaints, and what the response time is for each of them, so that we've got a sense of what the trends are?
There is summary information in the report next week on those response times. Bearing in mind we get around 1,500, on average 1,500 calls per month, leaks and what have you, providing a lot of detail on that information won't be possible on that report, but there's certainly a summary there, and we can, if there's anything specific you need after that, we can dig into that.
I guess what I'm trying to understand is what percentage of the, or what, in terms of the problem, in terms of dissatisfaction, how much is that to do with our contractors' performance not meeting what they're supposed to do versus the sheer volume of what we're receiving and the state of our network?
Perhaps that's something for discussion next week, Councillor. The volume is what it is. If we have calls, the contractors will ramp up to fix them. I have no issue with the performance of the current contractors. As I say, if there's anything more specific that you're aware of, I can take that offline and investigate it for you. But
Okay,
response times
I'm
have
keen
been
to
good.
move along, so I've got Aaron, and then we'll move on to the next paper. So Aaron?
Yeah, a couple of questions around the top of page 26. So the first one is the non-car mode daily trips. We've got a target of around 37%, but we're only at 30.2 and seem to be going backwards. But we're spending lots of money trying to do the opposite.
That might be a Lynette question.
And it could be a data issue.
Do you want to rephrase the question? Do you want to make it a question?
Do you want to what?
Can you make it a question?
Well, the question is that we have a target that we're not meeting by a considerable amount, yet we're spending lots of money to get to the target. So, but it could be the measurements and the changes coming to those. Because when you're spending tens of millions, you should know what you should always have a target, and then you should meet it before you spend another tens of millions.
Lynette, are you able to answer that?
Sorry, different technologies. Can't scroll. I'm not sure I can. Not straight away. I'll have to.
Okay.
I'll have to look into it, and I'll discuss with the councillor what the information he wants to get out of it.
So Aaron, have you got another question?
Yeah, because there's also the spending on all the safety measures as well, and we're not in line to meet that target either. We're going to go over, unfortunately.
Yep, and I'm just not clear on the question.
Well, okay, so when you keep doing the same thing, but getting the same answer, do you keep doing the same thing, just spend more money on it?
I don't think that's a question Lynette can answer. That's probably one for our
Are you talking to
It's an age-old question, but...
Okay, so I'm keen. So Victoria, and then we're going to move this on. So, and Phil's happy to move it, and Melanie looks like she's happy to second it.
Mine's a supplementary, and it might be able to help Aaron out. For me, the issue is around the data that we're collecting, and are we collecting the right data? Because when you read the comments that attempt to justify why it is that we're tracking below, it really raises some issues about the questions about the collection of our data. Are we collecting the right data? Are we reporting it in a way that's useful for us? Because if it's not, then we really need to look at that.
Which particular, are we talking about the crashes and injuries one?
Well, that's accurate.
Well, it's in relation to the remedial action at the top of page 26 when we're talking about the non-car modes and daily trips, and the following up on the comment that my colleague Councillor Kewen was making. To my mind, the issue is about what is the data collecting, and if it's not telling us what we need it to, then perhaps we need to have a closer look at that. Have you got some comments on that? Because if we haven't got meaningful variance, then there's really no point in putting the data to us.
Well, I don't know that it can be construed from that it's not meaningful. I mean, we're asking people how do they travel, and they're telling us. The fact that it doesn't change may mean that they're not changing.
But we've got that there's a review of the method of measurements of plans.
I get where both of you are coming from. I think the question is, are we comfortable that the data that's being fed into these reports is the appropriate data?
Well, I am, yes, because there are actually not very many alternatives. There were other mechanisms, I believe ECAN used to measure this stuff, and they stopped doing it. So we've had to step into that space.
Okay.
It does.
I'm keen to move this on, but I get your point. But I think it's probably something we can take offline at a later stage.
Well, they tell us they're going to review the method of measurement. So I'd quite like some information on that, perhaps, at some later stage.
Well, that is happening as part of the LTP process, and that's the only time it can happen because the method of measurement is set in the LTP. That's what we're doing with you right now.
Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder. Is there any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Russell, you're up.
Thanks very much,
Financial
Mr.
report,
Chair.
right, mate?
Yeah, the financial report for January. So the result was a operational surplus of $22 million for January, which was under budget by about $7.6 million. The main reason for that under budget was just the timing of the interim dividend from CCHL. So why did we end up in that position? So increases in revenue from rec and sports, that more people were attending things there. Growth in our rating base, higher than we had budgeted. Waste operations, particularly at Burwood, was higher. Also, the Eco Central rebate come through for the month as well. And rate penalties were higher. That's mainly because we increased the penalty rate to 10% last annual plan. Also, some savings within expenditure. So staff costs are under budget this time. Operating costs in waste, lower recycling fees, that's expected to increase throughout the year, and just a timing of grant payments throughout the year. In the capital space, as Peter's already outlined, we're expenditure of about $33.7 million. So we're under budget for the year to date of $65 million, and that's projected to be underspent by about $28 million at year end, but that'll be covered more in the capital performance report. Just moving through to page 32, just on the Treasury. There's nothing to highlight there, just saying, well, there is, that everything's in compliance. But I just thought I'd take the opportunity to, we're expecting the Reserve Bank announcement on the OCR, that's later on today. And also, after this report was written, Standard & Poor's reviewed or published their review they've done on the sector, and I can advise that Christchurch City Council, their rating, whilst a number of councils had their rating or the outlook going from stable to negative, council was among 4 entities that retained theirs. Council and CCHL retained theirs as being stable, which was positive news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it. I'm happy to take any questions.
That's
Mr.
great.
Chair.
Thank you, Russell.
Yeah.
Pauline.
Just on the CCHL dividend there, and you're saying that we budgeted for it in December, we haven't received it in December. So why is that? Do you know?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The board at CCHL have taken a slightly different approach to previous, so they're reviewing the half-monthly report before they issue the dividend. So I'm sorry, I should have checked to see whether we've got it in February. We're expecting to get it in February. So yeah.
We're meeting tonight at 5 o'clock, aren't we? So yeah. So you probably have it in the next couple of days, I reckon, Russell.
Okay, right.
And that will be the way it will be in the future. Instead of December, it will be February. Is that right? They've changed the timing of it.
So I don't. Do you want to talk to Audra? Yeah. Yeah. So basically, the plan is like with a new board coming in. The idea is that in most other businesses, you earn the money, then pay the dividend. So we're going to earn the money, then pay the dividend. So we'll announce the results at the end of, it'll be the next couple of days. The airport did theirs yesterday. Ours will be, I think, Friday. And then it's just the prudent way to do it, to avoid things like what happens during COVID.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at is, so do we know when to budget for it? So we budgeted for this for December, basically late. It's put us out.
Yeah.
Will we know?
Yeah. So an action, I think, Sarah, from the last meeting was that the CCHL team will talk to Russell on that about the timings to make sure it's correct.
Okay.
Yeah. But it doesn't affect what we're getting in the year.
No, but the timing is quite important. If we budget for some money and it's late, it'll affect us in some way, right?
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay.
Thanks.
Cool. Thank you. Any, Kelly?
Thanks, Russell. Just a question around rates penalties. Are we seeing more delinquency? I guess is one way of describing it, than in previous years.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's a good question. and I think it was the last report, the December report, so it's a quarterly report, we had the graph on the level of rates outstanding. So that's pretty static. It had been declining, but it's probably pretty static to where it's been last year. So the reason for this being up is twofold. One is the level of rates increased from previous year, just the quantum, but also, like I say, it was an increase in the penalty from 7%, was reduced to 7% over COVID times, and last plan was put up to 10%. So that's the main drivers for that. Yeah, not a greater number of people in arrears. Yeah.
So obviously, people who might be having financial hardship in paying their rates are then perhaps stung with penalties. Do we deal with these people? Do we talk to them, encourage them to get in contact and help them with solutions to that?
Through you, Mr.
Probably
Chair.
a wee bit outside your brief, but...
No, it's not. It's quite within my wheelhouse. We are very proactive on speaking with ratepayers. We want them to speak with us so we can set them up on payment plans and schedules to make sure that they're able to meet their commitments. So that's it. We just don't, out of nowhere, bang with a penalty. That's not the way. We want to work with folk and help them meet their commitments.
Eventually, Russell goes around with that, though. Eventually.
I had a personal experience with that last week, not with my rates, but with helping a constituent. And I can't speak highly enough of the council staff on the end of the phone. You can do it on the phone. Just so helpful, and just straight onto it and put them on a monthly payment to deal with the arrears and going on the future. And a lovely, lovely person, because this person was very stressed about it. They'd got behind by 18 months. So I can't speak highly enough. It's great.
Thanks, Russell. That's really encouraging to hear.
Okay.
Yanni.
Yeah, thank you. I was just interested in, apologies if I've missed this from a memo previously, but under 6.52, the review of expenditure qualifying for development contributions has been completed, and this has resulted in a higher funding drawdown this year than budgeted. I was trying to understand, has that review been complete, or is the fact that it's not complete meaning that we're doing a higher funding drawdown? And are we able to get a copy of the results of that review?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So what that sentence is outlining is we had a significant exercise going through looking at the development contributions account and the works that those funds were to be applied to, and seeing what expenditure had taken place. And so we were matching that. So that work has been done.
Right.
And so this report is saying, okay, so the capital revenues are a bit higher than we budgeted for, and that's the primary reason for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just because from reading that one, it kind of references to them being lower. So that's why I don't quite understand. We've got more money from development contributions because we've spent more money on the projects that we said we were going to use to fund them. Is that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's partially correct. So we collect the development contributions and they sit in an account.
Yeah.
And so we also, when we spend on growth projects, which development contributions help fund.
Right.
So we did an exercise making sure that we were drawing down the correct amount of development contributions from the account we put it in to match the expenditure. So this has been a catch-up exercise that we've done. So we drew more out, so we're not collected more. The collection process stays the same regardless of that. So what we've done is making sure that we've aligned those two items more correctly.
Yeah. And in regards to 7, in terms of the endowment fund, it says that we've got 1.7 million to allocate. So if we wanted to access some of that funding for things like, I don't know, the wastewater treatment plant fire response, what would be the process to do that? Just pass a resolution, or?
That's
probably a John Philsell question, isn't it?
What was the question, sorry, again?
Oh, sorry, I see in the report on page 31, we've got 1.7 million sitting in the capital endowment fund available for allocation. If we wanted to access some of that funding towards, say, for example, the wastewater treatment plant fire response, what would be the way that we could do that? Would it just be by resolution?
Yes, we could do that. You will remember that we did John did put a resolution up to the meeting last week around funding and support for the East response to the wastewater treatment, and that was overturned, but we could get him to rework on this one.
So Mary will take that away and come back to you.
Yeah, and I mean the second question, or the third question was just around the operating surplus. Is that budget available for us to spend? I know in the past I think council's used some of the operating surplus to fund things that we need to do. So I'm just interested in how we access that, and for two reasons. One is I also kind of am keen to know with the Port Hills fire response how we're accounting for that or planning to.
So I think Mary was pretty clear last week about the Port Hill fires, which is, and correct me if I'm wrong, I thought we were beginning the recovery plan work and you'll come back at the appropriate
Yes,
time.
that's right. Yes, when it's a group recovery report with Christchurch actively involved in it, and when that has been identified and worked through also with the residents, because a lot of it's private property, we will be coming back and reporting to the council. At this stage, there is no money tagged to it because we're not 100%.
Is it fair to assume, just from this report, that if we've got an operating surplus, if we've got additional costs that are coming in that we haven't budgeted for, we're able to tag some of that operational surplus towards paying for that?
Yeah,
because we've obviously cost a lot of money for the Port Hills response today.
I don't know if you want to talk to it, Russell.
Yeah, I can, through you, Mr. Chair. So this is saying we're projecting a surplus of about $2 million at year end. So I just highlight that's whisper thin given the size of the organisation, almost $1 billion turnover in revenues. So saying we got $2 million at year end it's really positive, but also it's whisper thin. So it's not till we actually finish the end of the year and we'll know exactly what that is, and then there's a report that comes in and says, how do we allocate those funds? So there's a mix of things that we've done previously. Most of it is used to offset debt, but if there's other calls for the funds, they can be put there as well.
But we still don't know what not the recovery response for the fires, but the emergency response, we still don't know how much that's cost us.
No, so as Mary said, they'll come back at the appropriate time with that. Yeah, great. Okay, thank you, Yannick. So I'm happy to move that. Jake's happy to second it. Is there any discussion? All in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you, Russell, for that.
Okay, thank you.
Andrew, do you want to come up and do your so item 9, capital program report?
Morena, good morning everybody. Happy to report the capital report for January, month of January. David, have I got controls here? Yeah, thanks. Okay, so I just want to start on the total capital program and draw to your attention the highlight of the month that we've pulled out, the completion of the Christchurch Netball Centre Ngāpunawai car park. It's been a large project over 19 months involving not only car parking but access ways and some really good sort of sustainable drainage design and stormwater water quality treatment improvement stuff there as well. There's still some minor works to be done, but it's forecast to be within the approved budget of 9.4 million, and the substantial amount of the project has now been spent. So it's nice to draw that one out this month as a good success story. I'll move on to the core capital program and just get on the relevant page there as well, which is this one. So this month the PMO has increased its total forecast across core capital from last month. We were at 450 million. We found good cause to lift it to 470 as a year-end projection. The run rate's been good. The performance and delivery has been strong this year. Been a lot of really good achievements, and Ngāpunawai car park, a number of other highlights that I've brought to this committee over the year demonstrate that. Really good progress on some of the community facilities projects, a lot of good work on cycleways, carriageway reseals, stormwater programs, flood protection programs, and Three Waters renewals as well. So there's some really good work getting done, underpinning that confidence and lifting it to 470. I'm also pleased to see and report that the convergence with the aggregated project managers forecast is closing as well, and you can see that from the graph on the top right, and the forecasting accuracy of financial spend by PMs and across activity areas is improving, and that's really good to see as well. You can see that on the bottom right chart, which has a quite a tight cluster towards the 100% line. It sort of introduces a little bit of a competitive edge, I think, across activity areas to get that forecast right, and it seems to be having some good impact. There are a couple of exceptions that I have reported and previously discussed, and you can see that again from the cluster in the bottom right. Digital transport and waste management are the ones with the biggest discrepancy from the 100% line. We've talked about digital before, with provisions made through the overall program to fund that from next year's program and use bringbacks to support that. Transport is a little bit up, but again, with a number of movements in that area, it is supported by some really good, strong achievements in that area. So it doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's above the forecast. And waste, we've reported previously, it's a much smaller amount, and that will stay in that position for the year. So there'll be a carry forward from that activity budget. I'm going to jump down to page 48. Peter Ryan, in his performance report, just spoke about the key projects, and the key projects are these ones, the watch list projects. There's 24 of them. And he talked about in his report that red indicator at 83% of the delivery milestones. So that's across these 24 projects. So that means there's 4 projects that are not meeting their baseline forecast. So 3 of those are include Parakiori, which we've heard about. So that's why that one's red. The other 2 around the red time flag are the Horsell Junction Road and Lincoln Road passenger transport improvements. We've looked at them a little bit further, and there's quite legitimate reasons for us to implement a change request to change that milestone. So Horsell Junction Road, you'll remember, has been substantially completed, and the overall completion's contingent upon the Kiwi Rail component, which is forecast to be done at the end of the year. So we're working with the project manager to readjust that baseline. So in future reporting, we should see that going green this year. And Lincoln Road, the Lincoln Road passenger transport, still in a design phase, but also has a Three Waters project sort of integration component to it, which will legitimately push that one out by probably up to about 12 months. So we'll be pursuing a time-based change request on that one. So we should see some reds going green in future reports. The other red ones there, 4 of them are around cost. 2 of the cycleways ones. We'll continue to monitor and report on them. They're at various stages of staged construction, and there is cost pressure there, which we'll have to watch closely and undertake to report back on. And the other 2 red ones relating to cost of Pages Road, Bridge and South Library. But you'll recall, I'm sure, that those cost pressures are addressed in the LTP, and provisions are made for in that process to adjust those budgets once that LTP is adopted. So that will address them, but on the basis of the current annual plan, that's why they're red at this stage. I would like to talk just briefly about the CRAF watch list, which I've included in this quarter. And Mr. Chairman, if it's all right with you, I was proposing to leave surf until the surf report with Lynette. So, because the surf report's also included here. Sorry for the long scroll. So here's the. Sorry, that's the surf one. craft one. Oh no, I think I've jumped past it. I'm sorry. Well, I hope it's helpful just to have it up. Here we go. This is the craft one. It's not my usual computer, so it's a bit clunky. So on this one, if there's any further questions, Lynette's here to help me with this one. But just reporting at a high level, over February and through March, there's been a high level, or is going to be a continuing high level of community board interaction about these projects. And it's also just worthy to note that 17 projects under the road safety priorities delivery package here have been completed. So there's some good progress there, and a lot of engagement with community boards about the ongoing development of these projects. So happy to stop there and take any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I've got Tyler, then Celeste, then Mark, then Yanni.
Kia ora. I might have missed this. I've got two questions. One of them is about the Norwest Cycleway, particularly the island one, and I might have missed it. You did go over them. Can you talk to me about the status at why it's critical?
I'll have to just.
I think that was one you just mentioned as financial. It's gone from 15 to 32
gotcha.
million.
Okay.
Yep.
The next one is on the CRAF. It's on CRAF. I'll just go back down to that report. So I see a lot of them are in the investigative phases, and around the delivery, knowing council, things blow out. So around the delivery, do you think we'll be staying on price?
So for CRAF, we have to stay on price.
Yeah.
We've got a fixed budget from the government to deliver updates in this area. So if we can't do all of the work, we have to come back to the community board. Staff will have to come back to the community board and reprioritise the projects. Then we will have to look at whether those projects that can't be delivered under CRAF are valid projects to go into an annual plan or a long-term plan in the future.
Sure. To save time and money, what's the likelihood of a lot of these going actually outside of the budget that you've put forward here?
Well, the team are working hard to get the best budgets they can and achieve the most they can for the money they've got, but
hard to know.
It depends. Yeah.
Okay, no worries. And you come to us, or the board, essentially, with a prioritisation list that we'd want to be seen delivered. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Tyler. Celeste, and then Mark. Yep.
This is a question for Brent. It's around some of the stop bank projects. I'm just looking at page 70 and 71. I just wondered if you could just give a bit more detail around it says that the stop bank requirements have changed from those agreed in the concept design. Can you just elaborate on what that means for the project itself?
So part of the work we've been doing over the last few months is looking at the design of the stop banks, the level of protection it gives, and the alignment. The alignment hasn't changed. It was in the regeneration plan, and the original stop bank design of it that has gone at Waitaki Street is, if you have seen it, is quite substantial. And so we've had a look at the height of that and the timing in terms of providing the biggest area of protection to the widest area of the adjoining properties, and the time taken was potentially going to take far too long to achieve a level of protection prior to the end of the temporary stop banks on the edge of the river failing or needing extra OPEX money. So we've had a look at what we can do in terms of the design to get as we combat sea level rise and the vertical land movement, getting a level of service to provide the correct level of protection to the houses before the temporary stop bank failure, and then build them in such a way that we can then go in and add to the top of those at a future point. And the way we've done that is worked on our current levels of service and added a freeboard there for to allow for more vertical land movement, more sea level rise, but we've also added another freeboard in there for wave action, that type of thing. So there has been a bit of a change in thinking about how the stop banks are going to look, and I've asked the team to prepare something that we'll be able to bring back to council just to show you what that might look like. The key is, though, that with the design is that it's to achieve that same level of protection to the surrounding areas.
So just to summarise, is it fair to say that it's a staged process? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. So a staged process to make sure that we don't end up with any areas left vulnerable while we're building the stop banks. And then it's also looking at building now for this generation of protection, then adding to protect the future generations, and also where those costs may lay.
And just quick follow up. Is part of the consideration cost in terms of making sure that
it was more around risk. For it's a combination of risk and what we had on budget. So the key is the risk for us, so that we can provide that level of service and protection to those adjoining areas, and we can do that by doing it in a staged way.
And final one is, how confident are you, if you're not building them as high, which is sort of what I understand at this stage, that we'll get the same level of protection? Will we get that information? You're saying
Yes.
that'll come back to us,
Yeah,
so
we'll give you that information, and that's why we do it in a staged way, so you can get that level of protection over a period of time. We'll bring it back to council.
Thank you.
Thanks, Celeste and Brent. Mark, Yanni, and then Tyrone.
Thank you. This is potentially for Lynette, I'm thinking. And this is a perennial theme and question around our relationship with Kiwi Rail and how it continues to impact upon a number of our projects. Have we considered the idea of reaching out to Kiwi Rail and asking their, I guess, chief executive level to come and explain to us why they're so problematic to us and how we could work better together?
So through the chair, can I just clarify, our relationship with Kiwi Rail is good. Our working relationship at a staff level is really good. We are working really hard together to achieve the right outcomes for the community. The challenge we have is a difference in process and difference in resourcing capability. And Kiwi Rail are running a national program to deliver that. And I know there has been recently conversations at chief executive level.
Very good. So could the, I guess, ratepayers of Christchurch be confident that we're getting that relationship to really function to our benefit and not cost us huge cost overruns and delays like we've been seeing?
To be honest.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yanni?
Yeah, thanks. So my understanding is that tomorrow we're going to get the updated craft costings. Is that correct? At Community Board? So,
As per the information that went back, I think everyone got a copy of it. There is a briefing with the Linwood Heathcote Central.
No, it's the Coastal Burwood.
Coastal Burwood Linwood. Sorry, it was Linwood Heathcote Central Community Board. So the Coastal Burwood Linwood Community Board tomorrow to update them on information regarding this and to discuss the outcomes of the surf report that's to come.
So I'm just kind of trying to get my head around all this. Like I'm told that the craft and the surf aren't related, and that I'm confusing it by putting them together. But then if you look at the craft, a number of the craft ones were taken off and put into surf, and surf delayed a number of the craft ones as well. And the budgets are all over the place. So I'm just trying to understand how we can get the full picture of all these transport projects. We've also had community come in this morning and make deputations.
Yep.
how can we get it all considered together so we know what the updated budget costs are and how we're prioritising within the two programs, rather than doing it, you know, LTP yesterday where we didn't do any of it, today having
So
this
you've asked a question.
Yeah, and then community board having a report tomorrow.
So
or a
through the
briefing.
chair, the SURF report will be considered today, and the outcomes of that will be whatever your decision is today. And the community board will consider the CREF program for its community board area, and there is a briefing on that tomorrow.
So are the community boards tomorrow, or whenever they, because I believe there's other ones as well, are they going to be asked to reprioritise the CREF projects tomorrow based on the revised costings?
You'll be given that information tomorrow with the community board, yes. So then you will, if you can't do everything for the budget that you've got for your area, we will have to reprioritise, yes.
So why would we not get change requests coming in to actually deliver the projects that we'd agreed we'd do with the community,
So
like
the-
we do for other projects?
I'm sorry, through the chair, Councillor, are you talking about CREF projects or are you talking about SURF projects?
Yeah, like either or. Obviously I understand that the
So-
SURF ones have significant government funding, but in terms of the CRAF ones that we've agreed that we would do and that we've repeatedly delayed, I'm just trying to understand what, like normally when we've had projects before at council, like transport ones that have blown out, Hallsville Junction, we get a report that comes to us and says, here's the additional money that we're taking, like a change request, and it gets done. So I'm struggling to understand why the CRAF ones are not in the same situation. And I guess that's...
Okay, stop, because that's a good question, so stop there.
So through the chair, the question that Councillor Harrison Hunt asked earlier actually answers that question. Yeah. There is a fixed budget for the areas for the CRAF, and should we not be able to do all of the scope, that then needs to be considered both through the community board priorities and an annual plan and long-term plan process as projects.
I think
in
what
their own
Yanni's saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is if we've got a heap of, and I may get this wrong, if we've got a heap of projects that we've already agreed to, we've consulted the community, and the projects have gone up in price, so they're outside of that envelope, what we would normally see, like with some of the other ones that are in here today, that we would see we would see change requests come through from program lines. I think what Yanni's saying is that process the same for this as opposed to our normal transport plan? Or
It's not, because there is a fixed budget and the decisions sit with the community board to reprioritise the work.
Right, so just so I'm clear, and sorry, I'm going to ask another stupid one. So if we were looking to change that to get what Yanni is requiring, which is the projects we've already agreed to and are on track to deliver, but we know they've gone up, therefore we need to stop things. Is that a council resolution that would have to change that approach? Not for CREF, yeah.
Most of the CREF report, sorry, just to clarify, most of the CREF, they're still progressing, so they're not at a stage where we're not at that stage with the CREF projects to the same degree. If we've consulted on them and they've gone up, we're going back to the community board to say the line on the list is shifted up to here, because there's others down here that we haven't consulted on yet, if that makes sense.
Right, so, but everything we've agreed on and consulted on will still be delivered.
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
Well, not through SURF.
No.
No, but for the
But through
CREF is my understanding.
Yeah.
If we've consulted on it, we're looking to deliver it.
Yeah.
If we can't, we will go back to the community board and have that conversation in the first instance, and then we may come back to
That's the point we're trying to get to, and I think it might be something that Jane and you and that take away. We're not going to solve it today, but I guess it would be good to understand the difference in approach. I get we've got a fixed budget, but actually when stuff blows out in other areas, well, not blows out, that's unfair, when it goes up in budget in other areas, then we'd look to do a change request, which we'll consider in peak. So can we're not going to solve it now, but can we take it away and come back with something very, very clear?
Yes, I'll come back with some written advice.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll talk to the councillor.
And the other question I had is why is the road safety ones being progressed so much and so much ahead of the ones that the community board have asked for? Like we've got 10% delivery of the Linwood Wolfston Craft, but the road safety ones have got 62% delivery. Like why have we not been able to deliver the community ones?
So I kind of want to. I think we've got to a point with CRAF where we've done it to death today. The team are going to take away some work and come back to us to be really clear. And there's obviously a community briefing which I would expect is public tomorrow.
So can I just...
And we will add to the written advice the answer to that question.
So could I move a resolution that we ask staff to look at how they can accelerate the capital regeneration acceleration funded projects at a community board level, so that we can get them delivered sooner and save the money that's that's costing more and more the longer it goes on.
Yeah. So
is that a resolution we can pass today?
So I answer is I don't know. So what we'll do is we'll go to the other questions, but it would be good if Helen and Lynette could have a chat about that now. Because so let's go to the other questions, and see if we can work out. Can you send through your proposed resolution to Helen and Lynette, and maybe the transport team? Yeah. Okay. So Tyrone, and then Melanie, then Phil.
Thanks, Sam.
No. I just want to move around so everyone. Yeah.
I've just got one, Yanni. Akaroa Wharf. So just page 63. You need to have that on, just on.
I need to touch.
All right. Let's go.
Sorry. Just punch the page in. Donut charts have their place.
Okay, Tyrone, let's do it.
Anyway, sorry. The just like the actuals to date versus the forecast versus the budget. Like, it's obviously tracking a little bit behind. Budget for next year, according to this, is for next year for 2025 is 11.7. I know that that's been pared back by a couple of million in the draft LTP that we just signed off yesterday. Are we confident that? I mean, it seems to be dragging quite a long way behind. Are we? I mean, what's our sense of how much work is going to get done on that in 24, in FY25?
Sure. So what you can't see in
And
this
the
report,
safety
of course, is what's going on behind the scenes.
Yep.
And essentially, there has been some, what I would call minor delay. They're being very conservative about this project because it's quite a complex project. You can see in the image that there are buildings associated to this wharf, and there are ongoing conversations with the private owners about how this project proceeds and options associated to ensuring, in particular, the delivery of the new wharf doesn't impact their buildings and structures because they're private. And so it's a complex conversation that we're working through some legalities as well. It's not slowing up the design process, but we need to get agreement with those private owners on any mitigation that needs to be included and how we look after those structures.
So there's a risk that the project's going to slip in. I'm not worried from a slippage perspective.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to get a sense that it's quite heavily front-loaded into 2025.
Yes. Yes.
Is there a risk?
So the technical aspects of the project are moving at a normal pace. So we're quite confident in terms of where we're going. Yeah.
At this stage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
That's cool. Cheers.
Cool. Melanie, then Phil. Seems like a dangerous combination.
We need a staff member that's not in the room.
Oh,
right.
Okay. Okay. Yanni is. Well, have you both got transport questions?
My one's on waste management. That's Lynette too, isn't it?
Yeah, Lynette will be the only one.
Mine was a transport one as well.
Okay. What we'll do is we'll stop now for morning tea. Yanni, can you hang around because we need to get your amendment sorted. So if everyone's keen to come back at, let's say,
13 is a bit far.
11:15. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yep.
11:15.
We will if we have to.
Yeah. We're going to get started, everyone. Just so you're aware, Yanni and Celeste have made a request that we do the wastewater treatment plant after the transport choices, because Celeste has had to go as an apology for a bit. So we've agreed to that, given they've put some amendments up. So I've got 3 more questions on the capital program. I think it was Melanie first. Yeah.
It was just on waste management. It's because it says the Anuku Bay landfill remediation's been completed, and that was 0.4 million under budget. So I just wanted to check, does that mean that whole project was done under budget? Yeah. So does that mean that some of those other ones in that list there too will be similar?
I'll have first go then. So I think I'm on page 46, Councillor Coker, is that right? Yeah,
that's right.
So that's the variance to the current year budget. So it doesn't necessarily show a whole of life. I think on Anuku,
But it does say in the paragraph at the top that that's been completed.
Complete. Yeah, so that might result, without me looking into it further, it's got a year budget of 1.9 and a year forecast of 1.4. If it is completed fully and there's no sort of defects liability stuff hanging over it, that could mean a carry forward position. So it could be a surplus budget return to the program. Come back to you.
So
do you know any more than that?
No, I don't know any more than that, but we'd have to come back to confirm it. But the logic tells me that's what it is, yes. It doesn't happen very often, but it does happen every now and again.
Yeah, and so are the other projects though, they those ones look like they're being held up, like Bexley and the Bexley ones. Is that right?
They're not being held up?
No, I think we've had this question before, and my memory says that's in a defects liability stage. So it's got a budget there with quite a long defects period. Is it 3 years?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. For landscaping establishment and such like. Right. So again, that'll be a phasing thing with potential carry forward to support that and get us right through to final completion. Yep.
Okay, yeah, thanks. Page 59, everybody. This is just for a bit of a clarity. And it's only about the cost of this. I'm not complaining about where it is or anything like that. The budget for the whole thing from end to end is 15.1 million. Is that correct? Just for people out in TV land?
Yep.
Is it?
So
the budget on the books is, yes, 15.1.
For end to end.
Yes.
Okay, and that was money that was given to us by PGF or so. It's all government money?
No.
It's not? So that was a half and half one?
So Norwest Arc, sections 1 and 2 of Norwest Arc was completed. This is section 3, so it's not end to end, it is the university to
when I say end to end, I mean from the university.
Yeah, and this, sorry,
that's me.
This is a shovel-ready project, yes.
Yeah. So what I'm concerned is, and it's gone out by 17 million, we don't get any help for that.
We haven't, so that was raised last week through the chair, that was raised at the last meeting, and we are still working on getting this information back to you. That is a current forecast from the project manager, but we don't have construction costs or anything in there.
Fair comment, no, that's fine. So is it says increased cost forecasts are driven by contaminated ground. Is that
coal tar?
Great stuff. Whoever invented it needs shooting. Yeah, not good. So, and is that what you're anticipating in future? And the drainage bit is the dish channels. Okay, thank you. No, that's good. Thank you very much.
Oh, just noting a typo. It says that there was no notice of motion on 6th of September 2024. Just noting it.
Oh, we will change it to 23.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
A question.
Okay, you can have your question and then we'll move.
Yeah, it's very quick. Just in terms of the cycle route that's going. Sorry, I just had it before. It's the one the city to sea, not the city to sea. The one after that. Page 68. the Otakara Avon route section 1, it says that the primary route assessment has been undertaken to consider where possible routes could go. And what I just wanted to understand and wonder if it's possible with the future reporting of the cycleways, if we could get an understanding of when the preferred route will be signed off. So my question on this one is, has the preferred route been agreed or signed off? Or if not, when will it be?
Through the chair, we've answered that on previous occasions as well. It hasn't, and I can't remember what the response was on that, but I will dig it out again.
Okay, so that's been so I'll move that. Tim's happy to second it. Any discussion? All in favour?
Aye.
Against? That's carried. Thank you. Great. So just noting, yeah. Hello.
Item 11. Are you going to be doing that next?
Yeah, so we agreed, I mean, Alessiani wants to change it. I just agreed with Celeste, she had to go away. And
Yeah, she's not here.
They want to be here for the insurance one, the wastewater treatment plant. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry, I mentioned it while you were out. Yeah. Okay, so Lynette, you're probably back up again, actually. I'll just move it pro forma and Phil will second it, and then if people have got amendments, we'll just work through them. So, probably the easiest way. So, welcome to the table again.
So I suggest I'll do a quick introduction, and also there have been a number of questions on this report over the last couple of days, so I'll attempt to answer some of them as we roll through. So we are talking about the Transport Choices program. We've talked about that on a number of occasions. It's otherwise been called the SURF program, the Climate Emergency Response Fund. So, but I will try and refer to it as Transport Choices all the way through this report. There was a hearing. We had tight deadlines to work to, and there was a hearing in September last year, and a report on the 21st of September came to council with recommendations for all of the 10 projects that were included under the Transport Choices broader banner. Upon getting home and opening our emails after that hearing, we got the message that we needed to pause all works. All works were paused on that while funding decisions were made. And on the 20th December, a letter came from the Minister advising that all works, all funding had been cut for the program. All funding that had been agreed, all Schedule 1s and any Schedule 2s that had been signed would be honoured, but that anything else was to stop. We've worked through, the team here at Council have worked through with the team at Waka Kotahi to understand the status of all of the projects. We have Schedule 1s for all 10, and those costs are included in your report. And we had 3 that we had Schedule 2s on, or 3 parts of projects. That was the school safety in Linwood, the Ngapunawai connection within the Little River Connections project, and we had a Schedule 2 signed to purchase infrastructure for the bus stops. So we are buying seats, shelters, and all that sort of hard stuff. So as I said, the Schedule 1s and the Schedule 2s will be honoured, but everything else was to stop. So we looked at the program of work that we had, and as staff, and have provided you, we think there's 3 courses of action. Some projects will continue. Some could return to craft. Now I'll come back to that. And some could be projects in their own right as part of a future annual plan or long-term plan. Part of the challenge with moving forward with a project is that it hasn't been through standard Waka Kotahi approval processes, and as such, if we want to move forward in a project in its own right, we would have to backtrack and do that before we started any further work in order to ensure that we got Waka Kotahi subsidy. But we have got designs completed for all of the work that was done. I would like to take a wee moment to acknowledge the team that worked on it. They delivered a vast amount of work in a very short period. and it is really good work. But it was, they were incredibly focused on doing that and not on doing other work, BAU work that we had. So the finances shown in section 7 of this report list the Schedule 1 costs and the Schedule 2 costs that we've had agreed and what our contribution is. It does not list the budget that may be listed in the LTP. There's also a note in this to look to restart the investigation design, and work on 7 of the projects that were deferred in order to undertake the Transport Choices work. These ones we believe are the best way of getting it set up for either the next annual plan or the next long-term plan. From a CRAF perspective, there were a number of projects that were set up that had been discussed under CRAF that were then approved as projects under Transport Choices. That is outlined in both of the diagrams in your report under 3.2 and under 5.2. There was the Richmond Greenway that was extended. So the Transport Choices project was connecting the Greenway that was going through the Richmond area to the city. So that was the Transport Choices project. There were 3 in Linwood, in the Linwood area. The Te Aratai cycle connection, the slow speed neighbourhood in Linwood, and the Linwood road improvements. We made the best decisions that we made, and we provided the advice to you at the time to make those decisions moving forward. The world has changed. We are looking to make another decision with this report. So we are proposing that some of the projects are returned to the community boards to consider whether they deliver them under CRAF or not. Richmond Greenway and the Linwood roads, but some of the other projects, like Te Aratai Cycleway, we believe are projects in their own right that should be put forward, if you agree, as part of an annual plan process. So that's the proposal that's through today. There was a question about a workshop. The workshop was proposed around the time that we knew that the funding was being going to be reduced. We thought it was going to be reduced. The aim of that workshop was to prioritise the list so that we could move forward without having to come back to council. That then changed when everything got cut. That's explained in section 5.71 of your report. So we haven't done a workshop for this. We have put up a proposal. There's also been conversations about why this is not in the LTP. The Transport Choices program was originally planned to be delivered by the 30th of June this year. We would have been knees deep in construction if we hadn't had these changes. Therefore, it's not part of the long-term plan. I understand that these changes have changed that, but the processes haven't aligned, and we are where we are, and we're with you today with this decision. So just to summarise the proposal that is put forward, we are proposing that that you acknowledge that there are 4 projects that are going to continue. There's the school safety in Linwood, the infrastructure for the buses we will continue and get, and the cycle connections for Ngāpunawae. Those are the ones that had the Schedule 2 signed. The slow speed neighbourhoods in Linwood will be delivered through the minor safety program with the other agreed slow speed neighbourhoods that we had. And as per the notice of motion, Linwood Village will continue and is in fact under construction. The proposal is that the Richmond Greenway project and the Linwood roading projects go back to the community boards for discussion and prioritisation. And that 4 projects, the Westmoreland Cycleway, the Te Aratai cycle connections, the remaining Little River connections of Simeon and in my one it reads Nash, but it should read Aidenfield. So we have tweaked that from the agenda originally. And the Improving Bromley Roads projects are put forward as projects in an annual plan, in a future annual plan or long-term plan process.
Thank you. That's really clear. I think Sarah had a question first, and then we'll just go around if people have got them.
Yeah, thank you. So we did have some information that came back. So I'd put originally forward an amendment to the LTP to include the Te Aratai connection, and withdrew that based on the advice that we were going to have a workshop just after the sign off of the LTP to do the reprioritisation process. And that was advice that I was given through the LTP process rather than when it was cancelled. And I'm just wondering, yeah.
I apologise.
Yeah.
All I can do is apologise for that and the confusion of that advice.
Because I know that the when we first made the decision, people were concerned that we hadn't been able to look at both lists and reprioritise, kind of cross them to see which projects would be the best ones to go forward, even though there was central government funding. So that would have been quite helpful. So if council considered adding the Te Aratai cycle connection to year 2 of the LTP, would that give enough time to do the work applying for funding for Waka Kotahi?
A year enough?
Yeah, near enough. Yeah, we need.
So, I mean, we couldn't. If we put it in year 1, we wouldn't be able to have enough time to apply for funding.
If you put it in year 1, you'd need to consider that you wouldn't get Waka Kotahi funding.
And my understanding is that it's around 3.5 million.
Yes.
Yeah. So my calculations are then that if we fully funded it ourselves in year 1, it would be a 0.037 with $94 million as 1% of capital. But if we got the Waka Kotahi funding, it'd be 0.018% impact on rates. So does that sound? I don't know. Anyway, with $94 million, which is the LTP number for 1% of on rates for capital. So both ways they're really small impact. Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering if that sounded about right, maybe to Russell.
We don't.
It is $94 million for 1% though, isn't it?
Correct. That's really, Mr. Chair. That is the calculation for capital for borrowing.
And so 3.5 million would be a very small amount.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it does add to our overall debt.
It does. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. In that case, when we come to it, I'm going to move an amendment that council consider adding the Te Aratai cycle connection to year 2 of the LTP in deliberations and request Waka Kotahi co-funding. So that, yeah, I sent it, so that'll be that amendment.
Cool.
I'd like to vote.
Yeah, no, good as well. So questions, other questions? Melanie and then Yanni.
For the 7 replacement projects, the ones that were deferred, when were they planned or scheduled to be restarted if we weren't going through this process now? What years were they supposed to be coming in?
They're in the LTP for the next financial year.
So, okay.
They were deferred by 1 year.
They were supposed to be next year anyway.
Yeah, when we worked out which projects we should recommend, we looked at whether they're in the LTP and towards the front. So the ones that are there are all got funding in the draft LTP in the first year.
So this decision today, if it was to pass, would it mean that the work starts on them tomorrow rather than waiting until July? Is that what it means?
Yeah.
So some funding would be used this year, and I imagine it would be ongoing until.
Yeah.
Okay. And the other question, or 2 other questions I've got. So one is for the Transport Choices projects. Do I recall correctly that we did end up getting an extra year extension at one point to give us a whole nother year to complete them? Is that right?
It was the construction. We still had to get the Schedule 2 signed by quite a tight deadline. So we were ready to go. So yes, our construction may have fallen over. There would have
been an overlap in time of the Transport Choices projects being constructed plus the projects.
Yeah.
But that would have been dealt with through a carry forward process. All of the budget is sitting in this financial year.
Yeah. Okay. And then my last question is, with the deputation that we had from Bronwyn about the stepwise construction idea, what comments do you have on that?
We can't start building anything unless there's a project there to build it. So you have to commit to building it. So we need to have a project in the program in order to start building. In order to do it, but there are other ways we could look at the safety. But if you want to build Te Aratai, a cycle connection between those two cycleways along that road, then we need to have a
So I guess the answer that if I was Bronwyn, I'd want to know is that you would obviously have to put the whole project in, and it is cheaper to construct them all at once.
Yes.
But it is theoretically possible to spread the money out over time, is it, to construct it piecemeal, even if you've got the whole project sort of all ready to go?
Theoretically, what she suggested is possible. It would be more expensive to build, that's all.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll just flag, and we'll move through the questions. We're just getting legal advice on your amendment, just in terms of whether we can make a submission to ourselves on the LTP, because we've already agreed on it. Yeah.
So yeah, that makes sense. It's a consider during deliberations.
So it's just a note, just a
and-
note rather than include in the LTP.
Yeah, well, the wording isn't included. It's consider including it in year 2 during deliberations.
Yeah.
Do that
So we would just we're just getting some advice from the team.
Yeah. So it would be.
Yeah.
No, it's a consider. So it's similar to, so for example.
I'm just flagging it. We're getting Ron's coming down because it's the team are just checking it, and I think.
Sorry, apologies, Chair. I mean, that's a no. You can't submit to yourself. You are the decision maker.
It's not. It doesn't ask to make a submission. Can I just clarify though? If a report came to us, so for example, the Port Hills recovery plan before the LTP decision, which it did after the last fires, it came before the annual plan at the time. If there were recommendations for things that needed funding, would we not be able to do that because they wouldn't be in the LTP?
You would consider them at the time that you were actually making a final decision on the LTP, because you would consider, as well as the draft submission, as well as the draft submission you'd put out, and the draft proposal you'd put out, the submissions and other factors that were beyond your control, you can actually certainly weave them into your consideration.
That's right.
No one would expect you to just ignore something that had happened.
Yeah, so in a similar vein, so let me just explain. If the Port Hills report said we'd like you to consider putting money in the LTP, and you'd consider that in the deliberations of the LTP, that is no different for me saying let's consider Te Aratai as part of the LTP.
So as you've said, one's an emergency response, and actually you are required to respond to emergency events you couldn't avoid, versus another report that is not an emergency. But we'll.
So maybe just we don't have to solve it now. We're going to get the lawyers to have a look, but just the wording might not be correct because it's not actually capable of being put. So I just don't want to have to rule it out. But at the moment, it's not written the right way. So if we could.
Yeah, if there's a way to do that, that's fine. Otherwise, I will foreshadow a procedural motion to let that lie on the table so that we can have a reprioritisation workshop for both lists of projects.
Well, you can put that now, can you? It's procedural. Well, you'll have to work on the wording. I mean, I'm assuming you did this wording. Yeah. That's fine. If you work with them, that's great.
Jane's got her hand up.
Jane.
Could I just add to the discussion that we're expecting the GPS from the incoming government in March, so it would be sensible, I suggest, to wait until we get that before we go doing too much work on the reprioritisation of cycleways when we may get a different direction coming centrally from central government. And given the timing, in the next 4 weeks we would expect that. So I just think councillors should be aware of that.
to add to that, that is something that we have flagged that we would need to take into consideration.
In that case, I will move a procedural motion that the report lie on the table in order to enable a reprioritisation workshop and the outcome of the government GPS to be taken into consideration.
Okay, so can I get advice on how we put that?
On the impact of that.
Yeah.
No,
So who,
just need a
so
second
who would-
and a vote.
Yanni, you want to second that?
No, well, can I just ask a question first? Which
Well, hang on.
just to
So,
help.
so let's just stop. So, what would be really good? Have you got your microphone on?
It's
there?
a very generic
No,
question.
no, no, Yanni, I've said stop. So just wait. So we've got a procedural motion that's been moved by Sarah to leave it laying on the table. What I'd quite like is legal advice on how that can be put and if there's an implication to it.
Sorry, apologies. I'm just looking to the
So she'll need a seconder.
advisor,
She'll need a seconder.
and then there is no debate.
Okay, so Melanie's okay, that's fine. Sarah's moved it. Melanie seconded it. So we put that to the vote, which we'll just do by division.
Questions
It's
asked first before
procedural
we go.
motion.
Well,
Yeah.
that's why I was trying to get the question
So everyone
asked
stop.
first.
So believe it or not, I'm chairing the meeting. So we're all going to sit in silence. We're going to sit in silence and we're going to do a division. I'll obviously be voting no, but we're going to be doing a division. So could you go up there and do it on the...
So we're not allowed to ask any questions.
No,
is
it's
that
procedural motion.
Can I just clarify, point of order? I think that standing orders preclude a debate on a procedural motion, but they don't necessarily preclude advice.
I'm looking at my legal boffins.
Are you after advice on the procedural motion?
So can I just clarify what you're trying to achieve? You're trying to achieve the ability to consider this in your final LTP deliberations. Is that correct?
What I'm ultimately trying to achieve is to include the Te Aratai cycleway connection in year 2 of the LTP. That means, because we can't do it straight away, that I would like it just considered as part of our deliberations for inclusion in year 2. But given that we've just had advice that we can't, that it's not possible to put that motion, what I think we should do then is reprioritise all of the projects and look at potentially Condell Ave or any of those for a substitution instead.
So when do you want you at the end of when you're deliberating? So your LTP's gone out to consultation. You've got feedback, and you've taken into account the government policy change and other things, and you're making your final decisions.
Yeah. And my original motion was just for us to consider it as part of the deliberations.
You need a resolution for that.
It's a statement of intent basically from council that it's something it's going to look at.
So then I guess the other question, and it's good, good we're doing it publicly.
Yeah.
In terms of how long do you want this lying on the table for?
Until we've had the workshop and the GPS.
So
It's just what you do.
In time to inform the long-term plan as the
Right.
final. Yeah.
So okay, so we wouldn't just put amendments up to this.
Well, I wanted to put an amendment up, but I was told that I wasn't able
No,
to.
amendments to the changes. So you can change stuff within this if you wanted to not instruct them to do something or stop it. But your amendment was around submitting something into an LTP we signed off yesterday. So yeah.
On submitting, on considering.
But
There's
the
a
advice
difference.
is very clear, isn't it? Unless I'm missing something, which I could be. Yeah. Okay, Yanni's got a question. Is it on the procedural motion? And then we'll and we've got a mover and a seconder, so then we will put that to the vote. So Yanni, what is your question, and is it in the scope
so
of the procedural motion?
the memo that's going to community board tomorrow says that the delivery is proposed to be funded independently in the 2034 long-term plan. So I'm just very confused about this whole process. But the thing I wanted to check in terms of the procedural motion is, given that we haven't finalised the consultation document, could we ask a question in the consultation document around these projects?
No, we've already approved the consultation.
Because, can I ask why not?
So what we're going to do?
Because wouldn't that address
stop.
the
Yanni's-
concern?
Yanni, so we're going to stop. So what I'm going to do is adjourn for 5 minutes because I'd like to take advice to make sure that the procedural motion can be put. So let's stop for 5, and can the legal team I've got that. Okay. Great. Thank
Okay,
you,
so I'm-
everyone. So let's get back into it. Apologies for the delay. It's just good to get some stuff clarified. So, Councillor Templeton, do you want to
Yeah, so I'm formally withdrawing the procedural motion.
keep going? Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm
mention
happy
the
to
other bit if
speak
you want.
both first in debate once we get to
Yeah,
the...
cool. Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
No, good as gold. Thanks
Or
for doing that.
shall I move an amendment to remove 2B from... That might be the safest way.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that might be.
Happy to second.
Yeah.
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 That's fine. Yeah, that's
probably
capable of
cleaner.
input, so that's Okay, so
Yeah.
cool. So let's go to any other questions? We sort of Yanni.
So what's the rates impact of that?
I think Sarah already mentioned it, didn't she?
Well, so can we hear from staff, because we don't have the total project costs for any of these projects in here. We've only got the
Okay, so
schedule one.
so
costs.
sorry. Let's. Can we just have one conversation in the room? That'd be really helpful. So Yanni's asked the question: can the transport team answer that?
Not off the top of my head.
No, so
We can come back.
The facts that Councillor Templeton put forward before it, of it being approximately 3.5 million in total to construct, and Russell confirmed the offset. I'd have to do the calculation.
Can I just clarify the effect of the amendment, which is to remove 2B from the stop list, Te Aroha Cycle Connection, is no rates impact in itself because it doesn't add budget. What it does is say that the project just stays there, and we would then have to, as part of the normal LTP process, allocate budget if we chose.
Which
Then why don't we just do that for all of them?
Yeah. So there's
Well, because like
there's no stop. Hang on. I'm chairing this again.
you know,
I'll
that's
just
my
remind everyone.
amendment.
It would be quite helpful if we just do it properly. Are there other questions?
yeah, so if we did the same thing for improving Bromley roads, what happens to the staff capacity to deliver the other projects?
So the position we have at the moment is that your previous resolution stops these unless they have a Schedule 2. And by not approving those, that doesn't change. So they just don't get done.
They would need to
Okay.
be incorporated within a.
Jake had a question, I think.
Jeez, it's actually on an entirely different topic. And it's a real simple one. Lynette's going to love it. Hey, can you just confirm that the craft-related part of the Richmond Greenway does end at North Avon Road?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. I'll go tell them.
Aaron?
Yeah, mine's a question from one of the deputations this morning from Bronwyn Haywood around her claim that our infrastructure is racist against Māori and Pacific Island.
It's not an answer that.
Well, it's a very big claim to make.
He
that
didn't
we
use
are
those words. Point of
underserving-
order.
No, let's stop. Come on, guys.
No, that we're underserving a particular
Point
community.
of order.
So stop. Stop.
Yeah.
Just remember, the ratepayers of Christchurch are paying for this display of behaviour right now. So let's lift it a bit and move on.
Well, mine was a genuine question.
Yeah, and I've ruled it out, so it's fine. So let's go. So any other questions? Yanni?
Sorry, why do we not have the total project costs as part of this report? Because even the ones that we're agreeing to pursue.
So stop. So remember, we're in questions. So when you ask a question, wait, and someone will answer it.
Yep.
So through the chair, the previous resolution said that we were not to move forward unless we had a signed Schedule 2. The only ones, so the budgets that the costs that you have on the in the report in section 7 of the report and in the attachments are the Schedule 1s and the Schedule 2s.
Sorry, the ones that we're going to restart under 7, do we need to bring forward budget to get those progressed?
No, they all have budget next year that we will use as a bring back situation further to Councillor Coker's question earlier.
Right, and so in terms of 2D, I'm able to move a resolution that we don't stop that one as well, and there's no impact.
Also, that's not a question for me.
Yeah, you can move an amendment and we'll get advice on whether it's capable of being put.
Yeah.
So if you've got an amendment, then send it through. But I'd like to move around questions. So Pauline?
Finding this very confusing. So what would be staff advice on if we withdrew all of 2, A, B, C, D? They stay in the program, they're unfunded, we address them all through the LTP, if there are submissions that come. Why don't we do that? Is there a reason?
Sorry, I don't know.
Okay.
How about we change one word there, resolves that work pause?
So no, can we just
on all of those?
I've got more questions, so everyone can. Yeah,
Would
good
that,
suggestion.
Can I ask, would that work and give us more time to A, hear from people through the LTP process, and B, work with Waka Kotahi, and C, find the funding?
So, through the chair, these projects are well progressed in their design. They're pretty well ready to go to construction. We accept all of that. We cannot, as staff, work on them unless there is a budget to work against.
So I think that I completely get your point around deliverability. I feel like there might be a compromise, which is in 2, if we resolve that work will pause as opposed to stop. So that means it will stop.
Yeah, it will.
I was going to make a terrorist joke there, but I won't. But this one might come back at some stage. So we would do something, working through the long-term plan budgets, which gives you the time to look at it. Is everyone kind of comfortable?
It's the same thing, but it means
Pausing is not stopping, Joe.
No.
So are we kind of, is everyone relatively comfortable? No? No? Yeah? Melanie?
Well, in a future annual plan means 20. Is that what?
That's not
Yeah, that's not the long-term plan.
But
it says assessed for inclusion in a future annual plan, and it should be just assessed for inclusion in the long-term plan or a future.
So what it does, and it achieves what Sarah was trying to achieve effectively before, but it means that it's something we can put to the room, which is we're pausing them, but if people get to the end of the LTP and want to include them in year 1 or year 2, then we just put stuff up before we strike the LTP.
But that doesn't allow for it because it says future annual plan.
But because it's paused, you can pick it up whenever. Yeah, it's just not putting the block up now.
Can we, if we added the words,
why not just put
long-term plan or future annual plan?
Yeah,
both of those.
Okay,
the intention.
And
That's the intention.
Inclusion, and then stop. Full stop.
Could we stop at inclusion? Oh, okay. For a future long-term plan or annual plan.
Right, everyone. Does that allay your fears, Melanie?
Yep.
Great. Yanni, I take it doesn't yours. So what's
Sorry. What can I just be advised what the total cost of the Improving Bromley Roads project is, and whether any of that work can be incorporated into the minor safety improvements program that we currently have?
We haven't got the total with us right now of the expected construction. Improving Bromley Roads is a little bit different to Te Aratai in that it can be delivered as smaller projects under the low cost, low risk system, and we would propose to do that as part of the system, but we'd come back through the pause to do that.
So just so I'm clear, I'm just looking at the screen. Sarah, you'll withdraw your amendments? Yep. So they'll be withdrawn because it's in the substantive, which Phil and I have agreed to.
Can I just get clarity on the board advice that we've got for tomorrow, which says that the Te Aratai one is proposed to be funded in the 24-34 LTP?
So the clarity for that is the board advice from the project to the advice from the project manager to the community board was probably written a few weeks ago to put through, and we have missed that, and it should read a future annual plan or long-term plan process.
Okay, so Tim's got a question.
Yeah, just 2 quick ones. Just with regards to the Westmoreland cycle connection, it was thought that it was going to be over budget, that the budget that was presented to Wakatahi, and it was going to exceed the time that we thought it was going to. Is that correct?
Yeah.
The second one then is, if this goes and it is all these A, B, C and D is paused, do we have time, would we then be able to revisit the design?
Yes.
to work with staff as a community board and elected members to look at it rather than rushing, to take a breath and look at the whole holistic area rather than just this section.
Yes, definitely. And the reality of a pause is that could be different for the length of that pause, and the way that we deal with it could be different for each of those 4 projects.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, right, so I think we'll be it. So I've moved it and the mayor seconded it, so that's cool. And we're happy with Sarah's inclusion, so that's... And then Andre's got an amendment, which we'll need to put separately because I won't include that in the substantive. So do you want to bring that up on the screen? It's around, is it sending a letter or something? So can everyone see that? Expresses disappointment that the Minister of Transport has cancelled the SURF funding. Yeah,
we've done it already. Yeah, we've already.
Is this another letter or?
Sorry, a letter's been sent responding to the cancellation of funding for this?
Yeah, a Merrill report last month. We all voted on it.
Yeah.
Saying what exactly?
Well, you voted on it. It was around literally.
Did it request clarity of funding for alternative transport projects?
It requested that we'd work with them on the GPS.
So, but it didn't request clarity of funding for further alternative projects.
so
For example, the government's committed to a pothole repair fund, for example.
So do you want to remove the first bit that we've already done and just write to him about asking around clarity of alternative transport options?
I mean, personally, I'm fine with continuing to express disappointment.
So we'll send another letter?
Absolutely.
Just checked, and the original one was to express concern at the suggested pause, so it was a while ago. So this is the actual cancellation.
So we haven't responded. Okay.
So I've just
That's
checked.
good to clarify.
So we can send a
So
we have not sent a letter since this funding was cancelled.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. I clarified that with staff earlier, so I was surprised to hear that just then.
We can send another letter definitely if you want. So that's been moved by Andre, seconded by Tyler. So we'll do one debate, I think.
Yep.
If people actually want to debate it, I don't.
Yeah, I do. Yep.
Okay, great. So let's go around the table. So if anyone wants to debate it, Pauline.
I don't really know what I'm going to say, but just look, I think it's really, we finally got to a good place I'd rather see those paused than stopped. I don't like that word stop, and particularly when people make the effort to come in and impress on us the whole, the vulnerability of children in this area, or young adults really. And I think we all agree that's a pretty shocking part of the road of the city to cycle down, particularly at peak times. And these are all worthy projects. So I'm really pleased. I think we've come to a good place. I'll support 9, and I'll just rely on staff to word that very, very carefully so that they're not getting offside with a new minister. That's the last thing we want to do. And I'm sure that staff will word that properly. And speaking of staff, I agree with when Lynette mentioned before the amount of work that's gone into this. These have all been consulted on, and they're into design, and central government's got to really understand the effect that these government decisions have on our finances actually, and our workload. This was a massive piece of work that happened, quite a compressed time frame, and I remember chairing the hearings panel for 2 full days of people coming in passionately speaking about all of these. So I am pleased that they're still alive, and let's find a way that we can get them all delivered for people. So please support this today.
Thank you. Look, today I'm going to start with an apology to my council colleague Melanie Coker, and to my 2 Cashmere representatives on the community board, Keir Leslie and Lee Sampson. I don't think my communication with regards to the Westmoreland connection in our community board has really worked in unison with it. I've had some real issues with it, so that's why I'm going to support the pause on all of these. My concern is when we say Westmoreland cycle connection, where are we connecting it to? We're connecting it to the single most dangerous spot in the road, which is the Cashmere Bridge. I love the Rolleston Ave Park Terrace. I absolutely love it. I love cycle lanes, and I see them every day going down Strickland Street, a whole lot of them, and it's growing, it's fantastic. But where we send people is absolutely critical. You can't do one piece and then it ends at the most dangerous point. And the comment that was made by the young woman young people feeling safe. they do not feel safe. There's almost 100 students at Cashmere High that live in Westmoreland, not to mention Happy Valley Road and the Hoonhay Valley. So we've got to make the whole area safe. And Bronwyn Hayward asked, could we do certain areas of a place first? The 3 areas I would be looking at are the Cashmere Bridge, number 1. That is the number 1 thing I am hearing from the residents. Number 2 would be where Penrodic Rise meets Cashmere Road. And the number 3 is the Henderson's Cashmere Road corner, where it goes to the retention basins. These 3 areas are the key for our staff to rush this and had missed the development opposite Penrodic and use the operative district plan to say, oh no, we can't connect these, when the developer is willing to pay their share of that connection, and to find from the head of resource consents and planning that actually you can move that connection with the operative district plan. This, I think, needs to be workshopped with the community board and staff a hell of a lot more than it is now, because climate action urgency doesn't mean build something twice. It means building it once and building it right. Thank you.
I'll certainly support the part about Henderson's Road. That is a very important part. Just speaking to the amendment there, the government essentially doing what they said they would pre-election. So, you know, credit where credit is due on that. But obviously disappointed to lose funding on what a whole lot of work has been done on. But the government will have new alternative transport projects, so I see no harm in asking for funding instead for projects that are in line with government priorities and policies. They're committed to a pothole repair fund allocated to local authorities, for example, if they're still indeed considering that. Hey, if they're not going to give us any money for this, maybe they'd like to give us money from the pothole repair fund, which would be fantastic if we had money to fix that or fix other roads or fix transport of some description. So hey, why not ask? If we're getting funding cancelled on us, may as well stand up and say g'day. You still got something. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. I just wanted to give firstly my appreciation to the School Strike for Climate for coming in, the Climate Action Group coming in, appreciate you as usual, and also Bronwyn Hayward, who actually gave a really good deputation around evidence-based work, particularly around Te Ata Tai Cycleway and Te Ata Tai Cycleway, and I don't want to sound like a broken record today, but we know that it makes school kids safer if there are separated cycleways on those roads. The irony in all of this is we are not willing to fund things on our own pocket except rely on government funding to make our streets safer. That is the irony in all of this, because we're quite willing to build roads that are on the ratepayers' pocket and on debt, but have to put our hand out to make our streets safer for cycleways and walkways for our school kids. So I'm only going to address it in that way. I support Councillor Moore's recommendation here, and I'm willing to continue to work for the city to make our cycleways, our footpaths and our roads safer. Kia ora.
You're following from Tyler. Obviously, the issue is the cuts to government funding. What I'd actually like to see in future with the government, and when they change every 3 years, that if funding has been committed for something, whether it be transport, whether it be for classrooms at schools that may end up not having enough space for all the children that live in zone, maybe those governments, when they change, could commit to what had been committed to previously and not keep changing things all the time. Commit to what you're going to do. It makes me quite frustrated, but I'm very pleased that we're pausing these. My favourite one is Simeon Street, no surprise, but I'm very lucky in my area. We have lots of cycleways and I can bike all around town pretty much on a cycleway, so I'm really lucky. So thank you to Sarah for your work today. Thank you for the people who've come in. I knew you would come in today. Sam was convinced people would come in to talk about tariffs. I actually thought it would be about this issue, and I was right. So thank you for coming. Come again, and good on you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's hard to find the words to explain how I feel about this. And on the one hand, some of these transport choices projects had merit, but I wasn't happy with some of the aspects of the design. I thought that we were a little tone deaf to residents living around these routes about things that they identified as being a problem for them. Waka Kotahi obviously have their brief, and I understand that, and they seem to push it on our transport team. It's all about do this as quickly as possible, and they, it just causes chaos for our transport team. Their 90% funding, or whatever their percentage is, makes them the boss, and we sort of dance to their tune. Now, obviously, we're happy to take their money, but sometimes a little bit more time to get a good design for locals is worth considering and worth taking. And we avoid that sort of Waka Kotahi-induced panic in our teams. Councillor Scandrett talks about getting the design right in around the Penruddock intersection and further down by the bridge. And I totally agree. We need to get those right and to take our time and to stop being sort of forced into a rush because of our masters at Waka Kotahi, if you like. During the LTP, the positive thing about this for me is that it looks like the Marahau Road, Burwood Road intersection is going to be reprioritised. Now, that's something that's been sitting in our community board for years. They've been flagging the danger of this intersection and wanting to have it looked at in terms of children getting to school, and it's been put on the back burner. And I let this go in the interest of the LTP, in the interest of the city. And I'm glad to see that it is actually going to come back and get consideration, and hopefully it will be done sooner. So, yeah, I guess I'm frustrated by Waka Kotahi's influence on us. Happy to take their money, wish they'd just treat us with a little bit more respect, and our transport team with a little bit more respect, to give us the time to come up with better solutions. Thanks.
Okay. That's all right, we go along here, we're going to pause all these things. We just heard in the previous report how one cycleway has blown out by $17 million. How on earth we don't know that these numbers are going out of control, I don't know, because poor old Lynn and her team have got no idea where they're heading down there, if they're going to find coal tar or what the hell they're going to find. I'll go along with pausing them, but I will not vote for item 9. Because I am flat out trying to build a relationship with the minister. To ring him up or write him a letter and say I'm disappointed in him when I'm trying to build a relationship is not the smartest thing to do. So I will not be supporting 9. Thank you.
Thank you. This has been an incredibly frustrating process. We knew that these projects had been cancelled by government many months ago, and despite the fact that there were repeated requests for this to be put into the LTP and the consultation document so that people could have their say, we chose not to do that. And then we chose the day after we'd signed off on the LTP and the consultation document to have this big debate now, giving people a few days' notice to come in. And then tomorrow, we've also got a community board briefing on projects that are related to this that we don't have the updated costings for. So this whole process is so messy and confusing. And I think it's really unfair on our local communities, because where do they make submissions to? How do they have influence on the decisions that are being made if we don't have a clear, transparent process around what we're going to do? The reality was that at the start of this process, I actually didn't agree with deferring work on our major cycleways and on a number of other projects that we had, and yet council made the decision to go ahead with the transport choices. So what has that done? That's meant we've had less progress on our major cycleways. It's taken longer and it's cost more. So we've had the worst of all outcomes, basically, by making the decision that we did. In my view, we do need to improve the safety in our communities, for our schools, for our elderly residents, for all of the people that live in our communities. And unfortunately, because of the time that we've spent doing the things that Waka Kotahi wanted us to do in terms of design, we've been unable to bring people with us, and we've been unable to deliver. And it's incredibly disappointing. I'm strongly against the Improving Bromley Roads project being paused. We've been fighting for years to get an improvement plan for the safer roads through Bromley, where we've got heavy vehicles, earthquake damage, and a community that feels really frustrated that it takes so long just to get basic safety improvements done. I think the reality is that, that it's good that we no longer have Waka Kotahi telling us what design we have to do. It's good that we can take the time to engage with communities over getting designs that are built as part of a co-design process rather than a doing to process, which is very much what the Transport Choices felt like. I'm concerned that some of the designs do need to have more time spent on them, but fundamentally, this is the wrong process. We should be doing this as part of the LTP consultation document that we're putting out. We should not be choosing projects like we are. It just doesn't make sense to me in terms of the community having an ability to have their say on what our priorities are. So I'm very concerned about this, and I would ask that you put the pause for the Improving Bromley Roads 2D separately, or at least record my vote against that.
Thank you. What a frustrating debate to have to be having today. I'm sure none of us really want to delay and pause any of these projects, but it's a tragedy of our democracy, I guess. We've had a change of government. We've had a change of government will around what they want to support and get done. So I really hope that central government can listen today at the frustration that we at local government have of how their decisions have huge implications on the council and on the staff who are forced to change mid-track their work stream to try and accommodate their political will. So seeing these projects having to be paused, I guess for us around the table it's wisdom. I mean, we've got to try and manage our ratepayer dollars incredibly carefully. We can't just go ahead and spend umpteen millions of the ratepayer dollars by full steam ahead carrying on with these and costing us a whole lot more. So the wise thing is to hit pause and to then have the ability to take a look at these through our long-term plan process. So hopefully the public out there can take this steer today that we as a council want to hear their submissions into what we decided yesterday, and please include submitting around these projects so that we can pick those up from your submissions and from your deputations to us through that long-term plan process, and then have a chance to reprioritise to try and get some of these done. Our huge priority really must be to allow safety for our residents to be able to get to and from school and around their neighbourhoods. And I pick up on Councillor Johansson's mention there of heavy traffic going through our roads and around our neighbourhoods. Come out to the industrial heartland of Hornby, where you have massive B-train trucks going through residential streets, and where you have State Highway 1 interacting right through the heart of the community. And yet this program of Transport Choices completely ignored that corner of town. I'm struggling to understand why, and I hope in future, should we get these sort of opportunities again, that we can look at those corners of town that have huge implications with not being able to get around their areas. Some of the poorer neighbourhoods in this city don't get well served by these sorts of safety measures. So happy to support pausing, happy to look at readdressing these through the long-term plan, but please the public, submit to us, tell us what you want in these projects being included potentially into our long-term plan so that we can get safer communities for everyone. So thank you for coming in today. Learning off Yanni.
Thanks, Sam. I'll just begin with a really big sigh. I mean, I've been a city councillor for not quite 18 months, and a few have been around a lot longer than me. But I mean, is this what we've got to look forward to over the that any city councillor has to look forward to? Is the sheer Mickey Mouse nature of this whole process? We've put so much effort into it, so much energy, and other council have said it so much better than I. But, you know, like there's a reason that Christchurch is the city that people want to move to. There's a reason that Christchurch is a city that's thriving and moving ahead. And that's because of good decision making and good community engagement about a whole range of projects. And I know that not everybody likes cycleways, but they are making this city part of the overall package. It's making it really, really wonderful, making it safe for our communities to get around in efficiently and in a really good way, in a cool way as well. And so it's really, really frustrating that we have to go through this. I absolutely support the pause, so good work on that, Sarah, rather than stopping things. But again, like, on one hand, we get told that we want more decision making locally, and on the other hand, we get told that no, actually, we're going to take the decision, or you've done a whole lot of decision making, but we're actually going to pull the ladder out to stop you actually like achieving and progressing on those things. And it's incredibly frustrating. Just make up your mind, government, because we just want to just get on with building a really, really good city for our citizens, and just please help us and support us and facilitate us in that.
Kia ora koutou. We know that internationally, nationally, and in Ōtautahi Christchurch as well, that our poorer suburbs miss out on infrastructure investment. They miss out on good quality roads. They miss out on trees in our streetscape that provide shade and rain capture in storms. They miss out on cycleways internationally. As well as nationally, the poorer suburbs tend to be the last ones, if at all, to get safe infrastructure. But they're also the neighbourhoods with the lowest car ownership and the most need of cheap and easy forms of transport to get around. They're the communities that have the least capacity to come and advocate for themselves for better infrastructure. So the Te Aratai connection of all of these projects was prioritised originally by the Community Board as a craft project. It switched to surf when additional funding came in to make it a safer project that was much more fit for purpose than the original craft funding allowed. The Community Board, I've talked to the board chair, communicated, still supports it. The school supports it. The design is done, it's effectively shovel ready, and the role is growing. The school may also be, I don't know, one of those schools that's at risk for its classrooms with its growing role. Design is tough. We are never ever going to please everyone. We do need to have good process, and the process was more rushed than normal for these ones. But we know from a lot of projects in Ōtautahi that once it is in place and people get used to it, they go, oh, actually it's not as bad as I think. But for a lot of people, seeing a design on paper and fear of what it might mean is very different to the reality. We've seen that, we saw it with the smoke-free bars. It was going to be the end of bars, and everyone actually really likes it now. We've seen it with many of our cycleways. And in fact, I haven't heard a boo about Park Terrace in months. People have got used to it. It's not a big deal anymore. We're going to have some tough choices to make. The GPS is not likely to give even the small amount of funding it currently puts towards cycling and walking infrastructure. And we're going to have to decide as a city whether we still continue to do what's best for our residents without government funding. And we will need community feedback on that. We do it with our water infrastructure. We don't expect the government to fork out for water infrastructure. We do that ourselves, and we need to do that with our other infrastructure as well. It's going to be really tough. But as we know, for all of the hype, cycleways are actually a really, really tiny percentage of our rates, 0.08 in the next year, and Te Aratai would be 0.037. So it is a tiny amount compared with the enormous benefits they bring. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. This is a really unfortunate position that we find ourselves in today, really through no fault of our own, and I'm pleased that we've landed on something that appears to be acceptable to most of us. I'd like to thank our chair, actually, Sam, for managing and presiding over this meeting today. I think there's a few of us sitting here wishing it wasn't us that was, pleased it wasn't us that had to be chairing today. Seriously, we've been asked not to make this an east-west divide. And I couldn't agree more. We are one city, and we've got to be focused on accessibility and on safety issues and initiatives for all of our users. We're talking about our cyclists, our drivers, our pedestrians. We're talking about our vulnerable, our elderly, our physically impaired, our young mothers with pushchairs, the primary school children on scooters. And I don't intend to go into the merits of all of the projects that are on the list today, but I feel compelled to mention the councillive because it was singled out with one of our deputations today. And I want to be really clear about this. This is not about beautification and amenity in the west over priorities in the east. This is about safety, this is about accessibility, and it's for all, not just a select few. Now, councillive is a really busy arterial route. There are thousands of cars daily. There are school cyclists daily. There's a primary school really close by, and this is the main feeder street for that. We've got 2 retirement villages. We've got an aged care facility. We have got a preschool, we've got a Bible college, and we've got a youth hub. And that's all accessed off Condell Avenue. So it is worthy and it's impactful. It has been pushed back repeatedly, and I understand that our previous councillor for Papanui, he worked really hard to keep this on the list, so I'll be delighted to be calling him to telling him that it's back on the list again. Finally, can I just thank our staff, please, for bringing this back, because this is a really important project for our local community. Thanks.
I think the comment was made before about feeling frustration towards Waka Kotahi for, feeling that we're in a bind. I don't feel frustrated toward any frustration towards Waka Kotahi. I feel extremely frustrated at a minister who has who seems to be on an infantile mission from God to cancel cycleways, to not invest in public transport, and heaven forbid slow speed zones that don't actually impact overall journey times. So I think it's it reeks of having little class to cancel these projects. I think it would have been better just to underwrite the commitment that the previous government made and save all of our staff and ourselves a great deal of hassle and expense, and that would have been the wise thing to do.
Yeah, I think so far in the debate, Yanni's probably said it the best, and it does. I mean, to hear it reeks of little class, but common financial sense or financial common sense is possibly where the minister's going, because they've got to try and balance the books, and so I've got a couple of points on this. This is a dog's breakfast because our city had a whole lot of priorities on our transport, including our board's one from several years ago when Councillor Raf Manji was here, because he seconded the motion for the shared path along Harewood Gardeners Road. Projects like that keep getting bumped because the government would keep changing its mind and bring up these new schemes to make poor staff like ours jump through hoops to get the funding by a particular date. So and it's a shame we're not in the middle of March, because we could have looked like leprechauns chasing a pot of gold, dancing round on St. Patrick's Day, because that's what it looks like every time a new directive would come through from government and the council's trying to grab the pot of gold before it gets away. And so we'd change our priorities and then change them again and then change them again. Priorities are set based on what the priorities of our community is and was. So when you change them, it makes no sense. And like Yanni put, you lose money and you lose time. The cycleways, the major cycleways were meant to be finished several years ago and on a budget far less than what it is, but they have become over-engineered. There's too much money spent on them. And the Mayor showed me a photo last night of that he took in Nelson of delivering a cycleway with hard infrastructure. It is a concrete separation which was brought in and placed on site rather than a dig up. There's solutions, and the solution was put, and some disagreed with it, including myself, on Park Terrace. But what Park Terrace has proven is there's design elements there that can be rolled out very quickly and very economically that can deliver. And that's the model we should be following across the city, is the aspects of that work. Because every time we make decisions at this table, no matter which side you're on, there can be lessons learned. And that is a lesson that we should have learned, and we should be delivering those. The surf money, what a waste of time. $300 million for councils to be dancing around all over the place, when if they'd spent that money on, say, let's transitioning our heavy truck fleet, you could take over 2,000 of our most polluting heavy vehicles and got more bang for your buck and switch them to hydrogen. That would have been smart money spent, and these poor people coming in crying about climate urgent action month after month might not have to come in. They could get to the jobs they probably would love to be at today instead of being stuck in here yet again, because that would have delivered more action.
Hey, thank you. I'll just wrap it up very briefly. I just want to thank the council staff for their work on this. It's never easy having the goalposts moved, but actually I just think the way you've handled it's been really, really appropriate, and I appreciate the good advice that has come through to the entire team. You know, the nature of this stuff is that it changes all the time based on the government of the day, and you know, I think in democracies we should remember that when people are elected by a majority, actually they can make decisions, and as a product of statute, as a product of legislation, we adapt to that. I won't be supporting number 9. I mean, I kind of recall last term we spent a lot of time writing and sending letters, and ultimately all that did was shut the door to us into the beehive. We need to be working constructively where we can, like everyone has said, to get as much money out of government that we can, and I think we can do that. You know, I think the reality is we've got a good compromise here, and I want to acknowledge Sarah for you know, being open to the change that actually got what I hope is a large compromise around the table. It's meant that a resolution that couldn't be put can now be put, and that's included and quite helpful. So I think they'll be picked up in the long-term plan. The only other thing I'd say is that, you know, ultimately these debates, when they're in public like this, put us, I think, at our best. While people are probably frustrated, it is so useful to hear the different points of view around the table. And I think, you know, with what we've done last week by opening everything up, you know, this is so much more helpful. So I think we're in a good space. We've got to keep working with central government. I think, actually, you know, for what it's worth, Simeon Brown will be a great transport minister. He's been clear and decisive and really keen to move on stuff, and that's what we need. We need certainty more than anything, regardless of the policy changes. So on that basis, I will put the motion. Oh, yeah.
Could we put 9 separate?
Well, just a question. I mean, it's always preferable to have something unanimous where possible. If the words disappointment are taken out and just the second line is left, is that something yourself and Mayor Major would potentially be comfortable with?
So you just
so replacing the first line with "in light of the cancellation of SURF funding, council requests that the minister provides clarity funding for alternative projects that are in line."
I mean, I'm open with that, and I mean it'll come through in the GPS.
Something unanimous is always preferable. So if that's,
look, I'm more than happy for that. Compromise is the word of the day, so that sounds brilliant. So we?
I will note that last term a letter did get us $78 million for public transport.
Yeah, because the key is here we have something cancelled us, so we need to say something.
So we've done the debate.
Yeah.
Andre's, which is I think is really helpful. Are you happy with that, Tyler?
I guess so.
No,
perfect.
I like the first one, though. Yeah.
That's probably why I like the second one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and but the disappointment's in the decision, not the minister himself. They're doing what they said they were pre-election. It's purely in the decision. But we can't have funding cancelled on us and say nothing. We've got to stand up for our city.
So let's just stop. So can we just check? I just want staff advice that it makes sense. No, that it's capable of being put.
Yeah, you probably don't need that end.
Delete and put a comma.
Yeah.
You happy? Yep. No, good. That's great. Yep. But we'll include that in our substantive. So Phil and I are happy. Sorry, I'll give the team a sec.
We're good. We're good.
Do you want to put?
No, just wait, Yanni, because what I want to do is put that into the substantive, and then if people have got stuff they want to vote against, we'll do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, perfect. So let's back. We can go straight on to insurance.
Yep.
Right, how are we looking? Happy? Phil, you're happy? Great. We'll put the whole lot, but there's one that Yanni wants. Is everyone sort of relatively unanimous in it, except for Yanni with a couple of points?
Just 1 point, which is 2D.
2D.
So do you want
Okay.
to just put that one separate?
So can we just? We won't put it separate. We'll just note your opposition, and then noting a conflict for Councillor Goff on the 7C. Yeah. Okay. So everyone comfortable? We put that as a whole. Everyone's clear on what we're voting on. So all in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you to the team for getting through that. Right, so can we go to wastewater treatment plant? So can we get the team to the table?
Yep.
So that worked out?
No, it's not. I know. Yeah. I just needed to daylight the fact that. Yeah. No. It's just about. It always blew my mind that Transport Choices ignored a very dangerous part of town. Yeah. As going forward, we've got to find a way of addressing that. I mean, no other part of town has Highway 1 going through its middle. Yeah.
Can we just have the room? So, Aaron, we're going to get back into it. So if we could just, if people are here for the meeting, they're here for the meeting, and if they're not, they're not. Okay, so we'll move over to the treatment plant or the insurance update. Do you want to talk through that?
Thank you, Chair. This is a quarterly update to this committee on the progress regarding the insurance claim for the Christchurch wastewater treatment plant fire. You've had circulated this morning some answers to some questions that were asked yesterday, and I just want to emphasise that the design of the restoration is proceeding in line with our insurance entitlement. The report includes an updated adaptive recovery plan and a communications plan, which was requested on the last occasion by this committee. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for that. Now, I just want to flag there are some amendments so Yanni's going to move the report and Celeste is going to second it, and there's some amendments that we're going to include in the substantive, and we'll just have them circulated and put up on the screen. But in the meantime, if people have got questions, now's the time to do it. Yanni.
Thank you. Can you just address the issue of what it means that ECAN's given us a significant notice of non-compliance?
That may not be a question for me, Councillor, if I could perhaps address that to my colleague.
So those amendments are on the screen too if people want to read them.
Councillor, the notice of the significant non-compliance means that we breached the limits for odour on a number of days in that period.
Right, sorry, but in terms of our response, does it mean that we need to make additional provision for resources, or we need to talk to the insurance people about what we need to do in the short term?
No, in response to that, we are working on a response back to ECAN and working with them, and we are continually making operational changes at the plant to minimise odours. The current odour issue appears to be coming from the primary tanks, not so much the ponds themselves, which are in reasonable health. But we are working through and we'll be providing a response back to ECAN.
The other question I had was around, in the report, it says that the key messages say things make reference to that we're we're proceeding, that we've got sufficient insurance to cover the cost of restoring the trickling filters, that it's not anticipated the insurance claim will affect progressing the restoration of the trickling filters, and that we're making good progress. But in the adaptive recovery plan, we were supposed to have a report on future options by the end of 2022. So can you tell me what's happened to the long-term options futures report that was supposed to come in the end of 2022, and why that hasn't been done, and when that's going to be done?
Through the chair, that's not a question I can answer today. I'll have to look into that one and get back to you.
So, okay. So do we know? We don't know if that the replacement study's been concluded yet.
It's not a question I can answer today.
Okay.
Helen's been very clear at the beginning. There are
Yeah.
some questions we can't answer because
Sure.
of the ongoing insurance.
Yeah.
But definitely ask them, and we'll see how we can get them framed in the future in a way that doesn't compromise our position.
Right. Okay. The only other question for staff is, in terms of the immediate response, and I don't want to be overly dramatic, but there are people that are suffering significantly in the immediate vicinity of the plant. Is there anything that's being done through the insurance process to get resources to help the people that are bearing the brunt of the plant being non-compliant?
I'm afraid that's not an insurance matter, but there may be others who can, in terms of a wider address, which I think is captured within what is proposed on the screen.
We've got a mover and a seconder. You good? Is everyone? Oh well, they've been included in the first one anyway. So, I'm comfortable with them. I'm assuming. Yep, they've been through. The team have worked through them to make sure they're capable of being implemented. So Yanni will move and Celeste will second. Is there any discussion, Victoria?
Oh, can I just ask the question, please, around the bit that says re-engage with key stakeholders? Have we got capacity in the team to be doing that piece of work at the moment?
Yeah. So the advice was the advice I had. Oh, you talked to it, Brent.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are currently, the Three Waters team, we are currently looking at ways to, the most effective way to get back to the stakeholders and provide a bit more detailed technical information as to what's going on with the workings of the plant and what may not be causing the odours and all the things that we've been trying. So options there are actual community meetings. We do put out regular newsline updates, and it may be more effective, for example, to do a webinar where that we can actually demonstrate some of the information to them. So yes, we can do that within our current resource.
Kelly?
Debate, is it?
No. No questions. So are there any other questions? No. Okay. So that's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Kelly?
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, look, I just want to commend the Three Waters team and the insurance team that have been working on this. Obviously, this is really complex. This is not a situation that was caused by us, but even the report, the investigation into the whole process commended the staff response, which is effectively like keeping a car going while working on it. Look, it's very difficult for the people of the area who've undergone problems with the OPP and also the stench of the plant. But I think it's important for people to realise that we couldn't be doing this any faster. As a member of the insurance subcommittee and as a very interested resident, so I'd like to commend the staff on the work that they are doing. I think sometimes it's forgotten in the problems just how much work is going on behind the scenes as fast as possible to get a resolution to this problem. And I just want to reiterate that we didn't actually cause this. This was a very unfortunate fire, and we've responded in the best way we can. So I think our staff are due considerable commendation for the way they've gone about their work.
Thank you. Yanni?
Thank you. I just really want to impress upon my colleagues that the reason for putting these additional resolutions up is that we have an ongoing issue with the stench that's coming from the plant. It is incredibly serious and having a significant impact on the local community that lives there. And it's been great to see the response to the Port Hills fire, and many of the lessons that we learnt from the previous Port Hills fire were applied to that situation. But what I am incredibly frustrated about is that many of the lessons from the independent review into this have not been applied with the degree of urgency and priority and resources that this community should be provided with. And it was incredibly disappointing that we didn't consider what we would do in the LTP, despite the fact that was one of the key findings. It's incredibly disappointing that the key messages still don't refer to the odour as a stench, which it is. It's incredibly disappointing that ECAN have had to submit a significant notice of non-compliance because of the ongoing offensive and objectionable odours coming from the plant. And it's incredibly disappointing that the community still have zero certainty about when the stench will stop. They have no understanding of what the future will hold in terms of the permanent solution. And that is just so frustrating. So I've put together some updated resolutions to try and get a much better response, because our adaptive recovery plan acts as though many of the social responses have been completed, when in fact we're still in the middle of the most vile, disgusting stench that you can imagine that is having a massive impact on people's well-being and health. And with that said, I'd just like to read an email that a local resident asked me to share with you. Would say good morning, but it's not. Morning after morning, we are woken by the terrible stench from this WWTP. Approximately at 3 a.m, it starts ramping up. Have you all taken a look at the graph for Shortland Street recently and the unexceptional high readings on it? Are you concerned about the information? Enough is enough. I'm sick of hearing our team is working on it and the rest of the community want answers. Can you please arrange an urgent meeting with the community liaison group as per the report, that it was advised that it would still keep us in the loop, not just an update email on what's being published to the public. This is not fair to be woken up every morning with a headache and feeling like you're going to vomit while eating your breakfast. We've been patient for long enough, don't you think? So that's the reality on the ground of what's happening. It has been horrific. If you look at the readings, they are almost double what the advisable health guidance recommendation is, which is 0.03, and we're getting up to 0.05, nearly getting up to double. It is completely unacceptable that this community should be suffering in this way and that we cannot find the resources to actually provide the support that's needed. We've done it with the Port Hills fires, so let's do it with this community as well. And let's acknowledge the fact that we are still having problems with this plant. Now, I do want to commend the staff for the technical work that I know that they're doing, and that's why I've made reference to the primary tank status, because our staff are working to try and alleviate where the odours are coming from, but the situation does change depending on the time of year and depending on what's going on. And so at the moment, my understanding is it's the primary tanks that are causing the problem. But what we need to do on our website is update the community over what's likely causing the problem and what we're doing to fix it, so they can have some transparency. So please support the additional recommendations. This is incredibly disappointing that after all the lessons and the review that we've done, we're still having to battle as local elected members to get resourcing put into making this a priority.
Okay, look, I'm more than happy, Yanni, to support these. I just think it's really unhelpful when we come in here and the staff don't have a chance to respond to a lot of that stuff, because a lot of that is factually incorrect. There's a lot I can't say publicly because we're working through it, but I just think it's really unhelpful, actually, when there's people working their guts out that are worried at night about this plant, that we come in here and do that. But look, on that note, I'm more than happy to support these. I think they are good suggestions, but we can't keep doing this if we want to rebuild trust and confidence in that community. There is no one working on this that doesn't want this to be done as quickly as possible, and they are working their guts out to do it. So it just frustrates me when that happens. So let's put that to the vote. All in favour? Aye. Against? That's carried. Thank you. Linda, can you come up with the Rickett and Bush Trust financial performance, please? Which I'm happy to move. Phil's happy to second. What's that?
So I've brought to you today 2.5 years of performance information for the Riccarton Bush Trust. It's because the audit had been delayed due to constraints at Audit New Zealand following COVID. The broad message I would give is that since COVID, it has the trust has had an increase in participation in activities at the house and the bush and the cafe, offset in part by price pressures, particularly insurance and wages, and it has noted that grants have become increasingly harder to come by.
Thank you for that, Linda. It's a good couple of reports to flick through. Any questions on this? No? Okay, I'll move. Oh, yeah, Tyler. Yep.
Actually, I wanted to ask if, for staff, if the treaty team are able to assist for the Ngāi Tuahuriri relationship to help them get funding.
Yes, I'm talking to the treaty relationship team to try and break that down.
Awesome.
Find out
That's
what's
great.
happening.
No, cool.
Cool. Happy? Great. Yep. Okay, so we'll put that... any discussion? Put that to the vote. Do you want to discuss it? No, you can. Yeah.
Cool. Just wanted to give a shout out to the team at Riccarton House, and they do amazing work in the city, and there are a lot of visitors. I went to the market on Saturday, and it was shoulder to shoulder. And on top of that, the work that they're doing in the space of normalising bicultural narratives is actually really commendable, and it's something that I'm really privileged to be a part of, particularly around the way that they wanted to work with Ngāi Tuahuriri and Ngāi Tau. And after the Mata Pōpere stuff broke down, there's been a bit of a halt. But again, I see the genuine care that they have for the Riccarton Bush and for that bicultural narrative. Also helping to assist everyone to be able to walk through that bush and see all of the amazing natives and fauna that are throughout that bush. So just wanted to give a shout out to them. I've done it multiple times, but in public's always nice, so kia ora.
Great, so thank you, Tyler. So we'll move... I'll put that to the vote. All in favour? Against? That's carried. Thank you, Linda. Do you want to go on... Does anyone have... So I'm conscious we're going to stop at 1. Does anyone have questions on the Christchurch NZ letter of expectation? No? Okay. No? Cool. So let's... I guess they're kind of... My take on them is they're only as good as the LTP we strike. So, and that's sort of the thing that struck, that underlines them anyway. So they're open for that. So, Sarah, do you not want to move the Christchurch NZ one? Yep, happy to. And Tim will second it. Yeah, and we'll note you're standing back. Yep, any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. And then we might do the VO one as well. Again, is there any... And just noting, Kelly and Tim are sitting back for that. I'm happy to move that. Phil is happy to second it. Any questions? Any discussion? All in favour? Against? That's carried. Do you want to do... Are there things on Christchurch City Holdings? Yeah, so... are we going to have a big debate on it? Because if we will have a debate on it. Okay, so we might do that at 2:00 then. Let's break now, and then Melanie will. Actually, yeah, Melanie will do it then. So we'll reconvene it. We'll reconvene at 2:00. Yep.
Right, we are on agenda item 15, the CCHL draft letter of expectations. Yeah, Linda, do you have much to talk to for this?
No, I was going to ask you to, if I could take it as read, given that we've had 2 workshops and quite a lot of conversation. I believe that the redraft reflects the comments that have been made in the workshops to date, but happy to take questions.
Mm-hmm. Great. Victoria? Councillor Henstock.
Thank you. Hi, Linda. I'm just noting the letter that's been sent by Christchurch Airport to the chair of Christchurch City Holdings in respect of Terrace. And that's obviously been written after this letter of expectation has been written. So my query is, if you'd known that at the time that you wrote the letter, would you have included the wording that you've got in there? And is it strictly necessary now, given that they've already taken their stance on it?
I think that there's some messaging in there that's still quite useful, because the letter that has been sent to the CCHL board and forwarded on to us is not, it allows us to think that we might want to just make sure that we are kept abreast of how that unravels from here or rolls out from here. I don't think we would want to lose sight of that, and so I think the messaging, maybe not the exact wording, there might be a little bit of wording that could be altered, but in large part the messaging still remains the same, I think.
Great. Any other questions from anyone?
A little bit of additional wording, if I'd like to pop in, if I may. The first bit's on the bottom of page 235, and it's just at the end of where it's, the second to last paragraph says the council expects CCHL to continue to actively manage the council's investments in the group's subsidiaries. And then if we can just put full stop, we expect CCHL to have regular and ongoing dialogue with all subsidiaries to ensure they assist in meeting council overall objectives.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's possibly something that they already do, but I just think we need to have clarity and be really extra clear about what we're asking for. It's a bit like including the terrace words as well. And then just one more, which was at the on page 239 under briefings, to add one more bullet point that in their briefings they also include financial performance update, just to be clear.
Okay, that's good.
Are you okay with that?
Yep.
Can I just ask the question that when Councillor Cotter's just put with it, we expect CCHL to have regular and ongoing dialogue. Isn't that in there? Isn't that in our letter already of expectations?
It probably isn't as explicit as that, but it's certainly implied, and it's certainly an expectation, and there isn't any issue with putting it in, even if it is a repeat.
We've got active management in there.
Yes, right. Actively manage the council's investments in group subsidiaries. It's just extra clarification, and this came to us actually through the Northingtons report, that we need to request that CCHL have stronger oversight over the subsidiaries. And I think this is just one way of ensuring that we get that, and that we get that connection. And we've asked for regular briefings with CCHL to try and strengthen our relationship with them as well. I just think that these things are better in than not. Personally, are you okay? Do you? Yeah, no problem.
Are we going to move it for this? I'll move. A second. Pauline. So if there's no, are there any further questions? Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, it's a question, but by and large, I think the letter's good. I was just concerned that we're saying we expect them. See, this is on page 238. We expect CCHL to continue its commitment to exercise restraint in the level of senior executive and directors' remuneration and ensure that's appropriately linked to performance. And I just wonder whether we need to put that into the sort of not so much continue, but to actually do, because it feels very much like we've been saying that for quite some time. But what we're seeing is, you know, and we still haven't got the link between the lowest paid and the highest paid, but it does seem like we still want to see improvement in that area rather than just the status quo, which doesn't seem to be making much of a difference.
Certainly, there's no problem with taking out the word continue. One issue I'd just like to point out is that at least 3, maybe 4 of the CCHL subsidiaries have in their annual report that linkage between the lowest and the highest paid.
Right. And do we know what the trends are? Like, is the gaps increasing or decreasing?
Oh, no, I can't answer that, but I can tell you that we've put a workshop in for you to be able to hear from CCHL on that particular issue.
Yeah. And do you think we need to make reference to the level of payout when people depart? Because when they've provided the public-facing information, what you can see are these massive spikes. And when we say appropriately linked to performance, maybe that covers it. But it is quite concerning when you look at the graphs. It looks like, the things aren't going up massively until you have some spikes where people depart.
I'm sort of torn in that and wanting I'll actually have to take that back to CCHL and just question that issue. I have a feeling that exit packages aren't part of their remuneration policies anymore. In fact, Sarah's just confirmed that. So you shouldn't see that coming through in future reporting anyway.
Right.
Can I just add clarification? There are existing contracts potentially. It's the new ones. Yeah, that was something that council asked for some time ago.
Oh, great. That's good.
Russell just wanted to comment on that.
Yeah, just we're probably veering into that's an area of personal engagement between employees and the board. So it's probably not an area you want to give, direct direction to. I mean, that's a privacy matter.
Okay, but I think we've heard a little bit that there is some kind of steps to address it at a policy level, which is good. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Donovan.
Thanks, Linda.
Oh, sorry.
It looks good. Just wanted to, as just a follow-up to a question that was asked last time in terms of the responsible investment framework. I see that there's an opportunity there to have a workshop with around the net 2030 net carbon neutral target.
Mm-hmm.
Is it something that needs to be made more explicit if that request has come through? I understand that it's coming through the Audit and Risk Committee, which is great. However, I was also hoping that other councillors separate to that process could just have an opportunity to workshop that. Is that something we could put in here explicitly?
Well, it is in here, the last bullet point and under briefings.
Which page is that?
Oh, it's just before the timetable.
Yep,
in there.
Okay, and the mayor?
It's not up there.
That's great.
Yeah.
So that'll be a briefing, workshop briefing, same thing, yeah?
Something like that,
Great,
yes.
thank you.
Oh, are you debating? Not questions? Yeah, no. Okay, no questions. Right. Are there any further questions? Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah. Well, I welcome the decision that's been made around the Centro Otago Airport. I guess I was surprised that we didn't get a briefing, or we didn't get kind of just got released. Are we going to get a briefing on what that means in terms of going forward?
Well, we've asked for one in the briefing section that was just up before. There's a request that they brief us on the CCHL briefs on the approach to holding CIAL accountable, and that'll wrap up, basically bring to the fore all the issues that you're talking about. Also, we've got the draft SOIs coming up, and there'll be a workshop or briefing of some description for that. I'm not sure under the current change of rules.
Yeah, okay. Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'd just like to, this is very important, this is good, but I'd like to thank CCHL for listening to what the Council said in December and going out and asking their subsidiaries for savings for either increased dividends or debt repayment, and Terrace is an example of this, so I just wanted to put that out there publicly. Thank you.
Councillor Henslow. Oh, thanks. I just want noted that I'm a little bit concerned about our direction of travel with this. When you think about why we have CCHL and our subs, and CCHL is there to be a buffer, but we're running pretty dangerously close to the line on interfering with their operational capacity. And I think, as a word of caution, it's just not good practice for us to be redrafting these things at the last minute in these meetings. I mean, I accept that it probably doesn't make a hell of a lot of difference, but it's not a practice that we should be engaging in when we've had it in our papers for some time. The other point that I really wanted to make today was that, let's remember, we appoint capable people to our boards and to our subs, and they appoint capable, professional, knowledgeable, skilled staff and employees to do the job. We expect them to do a good job, and by and large they are doing a really good job. And yet, we're running close to the line and could be seen to be clipping their wings and effectively hobbling their ability to make really good commercial decisions and creating long-term sustainable growth and revenue from our assets, and revenue which ultimately is for the benefit of our ratepayers. So it's just the word of caution. This is pretty prescriptive and I'm a little bit uncomfortable with it.
Thank you. Councillor Cotter. Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the work on this, Linda. I think it's pretty good and pretty clear. Don't forget that, we are the shareholders and we sit here on behalf of the ratepayers to ensure that CCHL is being transparent with us and that we're comfortable that they are aligning with our strategic priorities and what we as a council find is important for the city of Christchurch. So there's a fine line between wing clipping. I know what you're saying, Councillor Henstock, but I don't believe this is wing clipping at all. I think this is just asking for clear accountability. And I think especially the reporting back and we need to build a really close, honest relationship with CCHL, and that's the best way forward. So I don't have a problem with this, so I'll be supporting this today. Thank you.
Councillor Johansson.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I think it's really good that we have in recent times started to get a lot more transparency about what's happening with CCHL, and we're doing a letter of expectation. It was only up until very recently that we started doing this. So I think it's good. There's a really good review into the Auckland Council companies, and it's quite interesting to read that around the relationship between the shareholder, the council, and the companies. And I think there is a role for us to play as the shareholder. We should be setting the strategic direction and having a discussion about what we think is important. And there are many things that we can do shared that we can get better outcomes for the city if we work together rather than work in isolation. I do want to commend CCHL for making an effort to have a lot of the company AGMs in open now, which I think is good, or having open briefings around the annual reporting. Another example is greater transparency around chief executive remuneration. So, it was always we were told wait for the annual report, so you had to wait quite a long time. Now they're taking a lot more steps to disclose the remuneration when people are appointed or as part of requests that we may have. And I'm really excited, or interested, I should say, in finally getting after many years of trying to get the information, the work around the lowest paid and the highest paid, because I think fundamentally as a society we do have some structural issues, and the most important thing is to get the data to see what's happening with the introduction of the living wage and the request for senior executive restraint, what's happening with the salaries across our organisation. So I look forward to our companies being really good employers and treating people fairly and paying them fairly. And I think getting some of this information is really useful for us as a city to know what direction we're heading in. So appreciate the work that our companies do. I'm really also, as the Mayor has said, very much welcoming of the decision that they have made around the Terrace Airport. We did express last year concern around the cost implications and also the environmental implications as well. So it's good to see that there's an acknowledgement now that that's something that may not be affordable for us in the short to medium term, and that there's a lot of other things that need to happen before progress is made. So in particular, I do also want to acknowledge that for that local community, although the project has been slowed down, there's an ongoing need for engagement, and our letter acknowledges that we would like to see that continue, and I think that's entirely appropriate.
Councillor Harrison-Hunt.
Mine's not too long. I just wanted to just acknowledge the letter and thank Linda for your work on this and being very patient with us. And also acknowledging that as shareholders, it's really important that we have oversight, direct oversight over those, for example, our city's assets. And we will and should allow CCHL to do what they need to do, while also acknowledging that we need to have vision and be able to see exactly what it is that they are doing to make sure that it aligns with our values and our strategies. I'm also really excited for the briefings that are upcoming, particularly around the responsible investment principles, something that I'm passionate about, and the way that we're doing business responsibly and ethically. Kia ora.
Councillor Fields.
Yeah, I just want to make one really, really small point. So first of all, thanks for all the work that's gone into this. It looks really good. At no point is this council ever saying to CCHL, do not come to us with good ideas. By all means, if you have a good idea that aligns with our strategic objectives, that is good for the city of Christchurch, please come and talk to us about that. We have always been open to that and nothing has changed. And therefore, I would always encourage CCHL to come to us with good ideas. And I'm happy to support this letter.
Councillor Barber.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. Yeah, in answer to my learned colleague across the way there, I feel like CCHL did come to us with a range of good ideas, and I guess we decided to go a different way, and I understand that. My concern is for the future in terms of how we can grow, how we can do some positive high growth things to increase the revenue that CCHL makes for us to reduce the rates burden on our ratepayers. And I think that perhaps we missed an opportunity recently to look at that, but hopefully we'll be able to look at it again in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Peters.
Thank you. Thank you for your work on this, Linda. Truly appreciated, as always. And I just want to pick up on the sort of to and fro there with my colleagues. That really, for CCHL, please don't be afraid to ever come back to our council to present ideas. Don't let our decision in December tie your hands behind your back and make you think you can't. We're always open around the table to consider ideas that are good for Christchurch. So please do come to us as you have ideas, and we're keen to make the best of this for our ratepayers and the best for Christchurch.
Right, I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those against? That's Aaron or Councillor Keown. Any abstentions? And that's passed. Thank you. Yeah. Great. No, and I'm finished. Oh.
It's only PX. You're the best chair. They won't hurt you.
No. We've moved then, haven't we?
No, we're not moved into PX yet.
It's actually quite nice.
Oh, right, okay, yeah. All right, you're moving, and I'll second that. All those in favour? Anyone against? No, great. PX.